This is a test. I'm speaking to the EmacsConf dev channel. Testing again into dev.
And normally now I'm talking in dev.
The next talk is called Tree Sitter, Beyond Syntax Highlighting. In this talk, Ivan Simons shares many ways in which Tree Sitter can help improve your text editing workflow. Afterwards, he will handle questions over IRC.
Hey everyone, my name is Ivan Simon, and this talk is about Tree Sitter Beyond Syntax Highlighting. For those who are not aware of what Tree Sitter is, let me give a quick intro. Tree Sitter, at its core, is a parser generator tool and an incremental parsing library. What it essentially means is that it gives you an always up-to-date AST of your code. In my current Emacs frame, what you see to the right is the AST tree produced by Tree Sitter of the code that is on the left. For example, if you go to this if statement, you can see it goes here. It is also really good at handling errors. For example, if I were to delete this, it still parses out a tree as much as it can, but with an error node. Now let's see how we can query the tree to get the information that we need. Let's first try to get all the identifiers in the buffer. It highlights all the identifiers in the buffer. But let's say we want to get something a little more precise. Let's say we wanted to get this I here. This, in our case, would be this identifier inside this assignment expression, inside this for statement. We can write it out like this. I hope this gives you a basic idea of how Tree Sitter works and how you can query it to get the information that you need. First of all, let's see how Tree Sitter can help us with syntax highlighting. This is the default syntax highlighting by Emacs for C code. Now let's see how Tree Sitter helps. This is the syntax highlighting in Emacs with Tree Sitter enabled. You'll see that we're able to target a lot more things and highlight them. That's it. You don't always have to highlight everything. I personally prefer a much simpler theme. Now let's see how Tree Sitter helps you simplify adding custom syntax highlighting to your code. This is a Python file which has a class and a few member functions. And anyone who has used Python will know that the self keyword, while it is passed in as an argument, it has more meaning than that. Let's see if we can use Tree Sitter to highlight just the self keyword. If you look at the Tree Sitter tree, you can see that this is the first identifier in the list of parameters for a function definition. This is how you would query for the first identifier inside parameters inside a function definition. Now, if you see here, it also matches CLS, but let's restrict it to match just self. Now, we have a Tree Sitter query that identifies the first argument to the function definition and is also called self. We can use this to apply custom highlighting onto this. This is pretty much all the code that you'll need to do this. The first block here is essentially saying Tree Sitter to highlight anything with python.self with the face of custom-set. Now the second block here essentially is how we match for that. Now if you go back into a Python buffer and re-enable Python mode, we'll see that self is highlighted differently. How about creating text objects? Tree Sitter can help there too. For those who don't know, text objects is an idea that comes from Vim. And you can do things like select word or delete word, things like that. There are other text objects like line, paragraph, and for each text object, you can have operations that is defined on them. For example, delete, copy, select, comment, all of these are operations that you can do. Let's try and use Tree Sitter to add more text objects. This is a plugin that I wrote which lets you add more text objects into Emacs. It helps you add code-aware text objects like functions, conditionals, loops, and such. Let's see an example scenario of how something like this could come in handy. For example, I can select inside this condition or inside this function and do things like that. Or let's say I want to take this conditional, move to the next function, and create it there. But I would do something like delete the conditional, move to the next function, create a conditional there, and paste. Let's try another example. Let's say I want to take this and move it to the end. If I had to do it without text objects, I'd probably have to go back to the previous comma and delete till next comma, find the closing bracket, and paste before. That works, but let's see how TreeSitter can simplify it. With TreeSitter, I can say delete the argument, go to the end of the next argument, and then paste. TreeSitter essentially helps Emacs understand the code better semantically. Here is yet another use case. I work at a remote company, and I often find myself being in a call with my teammates explaining the code to them. And one thing that really comes in handy is the narrowing ability of Emacs, specifically the fancy narrow package. I use it to narrow to just the function, or I could narrow to the conditional. Next in the list would be code folding. This is a package which uses TreeSitter to improve the code folding functionalities of Emacs. Code folding has always been this thing that I've had a love-hate relationship with. It usually works most of the time, but then fails if the indentation is wrong or if we do something weird with the arguments. But now with TreeSitter in the mix, it's a lot more precise. I can fold comments, I can fold functions, I can fold conditionals. You get the idea. I work with Kubernetes, which means I end up having to write and read a lot of YAML files. And navigating big YAML files is a mess. The two main problems are figuring out where I am, and two, navigating to where I want to be. Let's see how TreeSitter can help us with both of this. This is an example YAML file. To be precise, this is the values file of the Redis Helm chart. I'm somewhere in the file on tag under image, but I don't know what this tag is for. But with the help of TreeSitter, I've been able to add this information into my header line. If you see in the header line, you'll see that I'm under sentinel.image. Now let's see how this helps with navigation. Let's say I want to enable persistence on master node. So with the help of TreeSitter, I was able to enumerate every field that is available in this YAML file, and I can pass that information onto iMenu, which I can then use to go to exactly where I want to. Also, since we're not dealing with any language specific constructs, this is very easy to extend to other similar languages or config files in this case. So for example, this is a JSON file and I can navigate to location or project, and just like in YAML, it shows me where I'm at. I'm in projects.name, or I'm inside projects.highlights, or how about Nix? This is my home.nix file. Again, I can search for services, and this lists me all the services that I've enabled. How about just services.description? So this is all the services that I have enabled and have descriptions. Now that we have seen this for config files, let's see how similar things apply for code. Just like in config files, I can see which function I'm under, and if I go to the next function, it changes. Okay, here is something really awesome. This is probably one of my favorites, and one of the things that actually made me understand how powerful TreeSitter is and got me into it. I work with a lot of Go code, and anyone who has worked with Go will tell you how repetitive it is handling errors. For those who don't write Go, let me give you a rough idea of what I'm talking about. If you want to bubble up the error, the way you would do it is just to return the error to the function that called you. So over here, you can either return null or an empty value. And at the end, you return error. Let's try and use TreeSitter to do this. Using the help of TreeSitter, let's make Emacs go back, figure out what the return arguments are, figure out what their default values are, and automatically fill in the return statement. For me, it would look something like this. In my case, it filled in the complete form. It figured out what the return arguments are, what their types are, and what their default values are, and filled out the entire return. And since this is a template, I can go to the next function, do the same thing, next function, do the same thing, next function, do the same thing. It is a really fascinating use case of TreeSitter, structural editing. You might be aware of plugins like Paraded, which seems to know your code. This sort of takes it on to another level. It is in its early stages, but what this lets you do is completely treat your code as an ASD and edit as if it's a tree instead of characters. I am not going to go much in depth into it, but if you're interested, there is a talk from last year's EmacsConf around it. I'm just going to end this with one last tiny thing that I found in the TreeSitter Extras package. It's this tiny macro called TreeSitter Save Excursion. It works pretty much like Save Excursion, but better. It uses the TreeSitter syntax tree instead of just the code to figure out where to restore the position. My main use case for this was with code formatters. Since the code moves around a lot when it gets formatted, Save Excursion was completely useless. But this came in handy. I'll just leave you off with what the future of TreeSitter looks like for Emacs. So far, every TreeSitter related feature that I've talked about is powered by this library. But there is talks about TreeSitter coming into the core. It will most probably be landing in Emacs 29, and if you want to check out the work on TreeSitter in core Emacs, you can check out the features/TreeSitter branch. You'll probably see more and more features and packages relying upon TreeSitter, and even major modes being powered by TreeSitter. And that's a wrap from me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the great talk, Abin. We now have a Q&A for the talk on IRC in the pound EmacsConf-dev channel. Please send your questions there. Okay, folks, we have about 1 more minute of on-screen Q&A for this talk, the tree-sitter talk, and then after that, LSP Bridge will be coming up here on the dev track shortly. Of course, you're welcome to stick around on IRC and continue asking questions about tree-sitter.
The next talk is called LSP Bridge, a smooth as butter asynchronous LSP client by Andy Stewart and Matthew Zhang. They will answer questions via IRC in the EmacsConf dev channel.
Good morning, folks. I'm Matthew. Welcome to another year of EmacsConf. It's looking fantastic this year. Firstly, I have to apologize for my voice and occasional cough today. I'm currently recovering from a cold. Hopefully it's not COVID or flu. So please bear with me today. Actually, this talk was supposed to be brought to you by Manati LazyCat, the author of LSP Bridge. But verbal English isn't LazyCat's strongest skill. And we're good friends as we maintain the Emacs application framework together. So here I am today, presenting you this package. Welcome to my talk on LSP Bridge, a smooth as butter asynchronous LSP client. What is LSP? The first question is, what is LSP? For anyone who doesn't know here, LSP stands for Language Server Protocol. It is a set of protocols defined by Microsoft that provides smart features like autocomplete, go-to definition, documentation, etc. that can be implemented across different editors and IDEs. It was initially created for their Visual Studio Code product, then publicly shared with everyone. So there are language servers out there that implemented this protocol, and editors need to implement the same protocols to talk to the language servers in order to retrieve the necessary information. Emacs has 2 LSP clients already, the LSP mode and EGLA mode. Both implemented the protocols and both are very good. Now comes to the second question, of course. Given LSP mode and EGLA, why do we need another LSP client? I used to use LSP mode all the time, and I have to say, I really appreciate Ivan Jankowski and the team's efforts. Also, I'd like to congratulate EGLA for making it to Emacs 29. It's a great achievement. And these are fantastic packages. They are very mature and robust. However, with all due respect, both of the implementation are fundamentally limited by the single-threaded nature of Emacs. It is neither the fault of LSP mode nor EGLA. Although in recent years there have been improvements to Emacs core, such as native JSON support, there are still scenarios where Emacs clock for a brief second when processing large amounts of data, as Emacs is processing everything in the single thread. This problem is especially apparent in some LSP servers that feeds in tens of thousands of JSON data with every single key press. Additionally, the large amount of data sent by the LSP server, such as the completion candidates, the diagnostics, and documentation, they are temporarily stored in the Emacs memory, which will trigger garbage collection very frequently. This also causes stuttering user experience. Increasing the GC-count threshold helps, but doesn't eliminate the problem. For something like the LSP, the language servers need time to compute, and Emacs needs capacity to process and filter all the data coming from the language servers. A large code-based project with a slow language server that needs tens of thousands of JSON will significantly increase the time needed to process it. When we don't have a multi-thread, the single thread originally allocated for perhaps handling the user input will be used to process all the data instead. Don't even talk about the garbage collection along the way. The unfortunate truth is that the size of the codebase and the efficiency of the language server is completely out of Emacs control. It is also out of both the LSP mode and Agilot's control. If there's an LSP client that can completely eliminate stuttering and provide a seamless feedback, that would be great, isn't it? However, we're vaguely talking about speed right now. What is considered fast? What is considered seamless? What we really mean when we say the current LSP implementation is slow? Let's first look at the problem fundamentally. We interact with Emacs through a keyboard. So what we perceive as a fast and smooth feedback completely depends on how long it takes for a keyboard input to display on the Emacs buffer. From a pure graphical perspective, we need a minimum of 24 frames per second, the standard in the media industry, for us humans to perceive something as seamless. Say we need 25 frames per second. This means if we divide 1000 milliseconds by 25, we only have approximately 40 millisecond window for the response time to spare. Even if we relax the constraint a bit more, on average, a typist takes about 100 to 200 milliseconds between typing each character. So as long as we see a response within this time frame, it is tolerable. However, using a slow language server on a large codebase easily exceeds the 100 millisecond mark, and sometimes takes more than 200 milliseconds, and inevitably will cause an inconsistent delay for the end user. At this point, someone will want to point out that nobody is going to type at the maximum pace all the time. That's right. Frankly speaking, most of my time spent at programming is not writing code, but staring at a screen, thinking about how to write the code. However, when we do actually type, maybe only a sentence, a variable name, a keyword, or maybe just performing key binding and shortcuts, that's when we want to see our input feedback immediately. We've already spent so much time thinking about how to write. We don't want to waste any more time waiting for Emacs to process and show us what we've written maybe half a second ago. Otherwise, the frustration will build up. In the past 2 years of EmacsConf, I talked about the Emacs application framework, a project that extended Emacs Lisp to Python, Qt, and JavaScript ecosystems. The EAF project specializes in improving the graphical and multimedia capabilities of Emacs through other languages. It was a great success. It demonstrated the endless possibilities of Emacs by taking advantage of the strength and other ecosystems. If anyone's interested for more information on EAF, please see the EAF repo and refer to my talks from EmacsConf 2020 and 2021. The EAF project was created by Manati Lazycat as well. So he thought if there's a way to design an LSP client similar to EAF that takes the advantage of Python's multi-threading, you will be able to solve our problem. Conveniently, EAF had already done most of the groundwork and demonstrated the possibility of cooperating Lisp and Python using the Emacs RPC effectively. LSP Bridge has several goals in mind. Firstly, performance is the number one priority. Secondly, we use Python multi-threading to bypass the aforementioned bottlenecks of a single-threaded Emacs. Thirdly, we want to provide a simple solution that requires minimal setup for someone who just wants to have a fast autocomplete system in Emacs. This means LSP Bridge does not intend and will not implement the entire LSP protocol, which is a vastly different approach than a solution like LSP mode. We do not want to compete this way. We also believe that some of the LSP protocol's features are unnecessary, or we already have better solutions in the Emacs ecosystem, such as tree-sitter for syntax highlighting. So we will not reinvent this wheel. Ultimately, we want to provide the fastest, butter smooth, and performant LSP client out of the box. Design. Now let's look at the design architecture diagram. As you can see, it is split into top half and bottom half. The top is the design for a single file model, and the bottom half is for a project model. We make this distinction because we don't want a new user to be troubled on choosing a project root directory as the first impression to LSP before even starting to write code. From a new user's perspective, they just installed this package, and all they are expecting is using a smart autocomplete system. What does root directory even mean in this context? So we make the decision for them based on whether this file is part of a Git repository. Oftentimes, we write code in its own standalone file. This is extremely common for scripting language like Bash or Python. So in the single file model, LSP Bridge will start a dedicated LSP server for this particular file based on file type. And every file corresponds to an LSP server. So each server doesn't interfere with one another. The project model instead will have every file of the same type under the same project share one server. We believe this is a positive trade-off for user experience. LSP Bridge internally implemented two main threads, the request thread and the other is the response thread. The request thread is used to handle all the requests coming from Emacs. It does not answer immediately. This is important because Emacs doesn't need to wait for any response under any reason. Even if the server is buggy or died out, it shouldn't matter to the performance of Emacs. The response thread is used to handle the response coming from LSP servers. After retrieving a response, regardless of the JSON size, it sends to its own thread for computation, such as candidate filtering and rename. Once the computation is finished, it will determine if this information is expired. If not, then push it to Emacs. From the Emacs side, when it receives the LSP information, it only needs to determine the course of action, either pop-up completion, jump to definition, renaming action, or show references and show documentation. You see, from a user, all LSP Bridge doing is these four things. The user doesn't need to care about anything else like a complicated language server protocols. Python side caches heavy data such as candidate documentation and diagnostics. We process as much server data as possible in Python and only pass to Emacs as little data as possible, so it doesn't clog the Emacs thread and triggers garbage collection. This design is critical because all Emacs needs to do now is sending LSP requests to LSP Bridge. It doesn't wait for a response. It simply knows what to do when there is a response. So the user's input immediately displays on the buffer well within the 40 millisecond window. And in the meantime, the user can continue to type if he doesn't need the help from LSP right away. It fundamentally resolves the stuttering problem. Okay, now I want to talk about the ACM mode. ACM mode stands for the Asynchronous Completion Menu. It is a completion framework that currently bundled with LSP Bridge, designed to accommodate for the asynchronous nature of LSP servers. It is a replacement for the built-in CAPF, short for completion at point functions, used in almost everywhere, including company mode and curve mode. Yes, we unfortunately reinvented a very fundamental wheel. But no, it wasn't an easy decision. However, we still believe it's worth it. LSP Bridge initially used company mode, then moved on to curve mode for a while. But eventually, LazyCat determined that it is much more painful to write a lot of workaround code to force LSP Bridge to handle CAPF nicely than to just fork curve, remove all the CAPF code, and write a new completion framework from the remainings. Performance-wise, CAPF requires Emacs to store the entire candidate list when looking up candidate annotations. It needs to search through the entire candidate list first, then use the candidate as a key to search for the actual information. This process will be repeated every single time when drawing the completion menu. This is truly an intensive computing task for Emacs to handle. On top of that, the existing CAPF frameworks assume the candidate list, which is retrieved from the LSP server, to be ready and finalized in place when the completion pop-up occurred. However, given the design of LSP Bridge, Emacs will not sit there and wait for the server to respond. Instead, the response thread may feed Emacs data whenever it's ready. This makes CAPF almost impossible to form a finalized candidate list during pop-up. The complete reasons regarding why CAPF is incompatible with the asynchronous nature of LSP servers are very complicated and deserves maybe its own talk. LazyCat wrote an entire blog post detailing his reasonings, while Curve's author Daniel Mendler, aka Minad, also done his own investigations and experiments, and reached a common conclusion as well. For anyone interested, I pasted the links to the corresponding post here. Therefore, keep in mind that LSP Bridge can only use ACM mode to work nicely, so please disable other completion frameworks like Company and Curve before trying LSP Bridge. By designing ACM with asynchronous server response in mind, this unlocks LSP Bridge project's potential to provide completions from almost any backends. ACM has blended all the backends together and configured a priority to display the important completion results like LSP before other backends. It can also complete LSP too, top 9, ellipse symbols, YAS snippets, and even English dictionaries and much more. As long as you have the backends installed, they all work out of the box. Although LSP Bridge is a relatively new package with just over 7 months old, it is already a success. As of December of 2022, we have 67 contributors making more than 1,000 commits, and more than 600 stars on GitHub too. LSP Bridge is easily extensible, so we encourage developments from other people as well. LSP Bridge is another successful example of extending Emacs Lisp with Python. And just like EAF, it demonstrated the potential Emacs can achieve when we jump out of the Lisp-only world and embrace other ecosystems. Recently, LazyCat created a package called Blink Search that leveraged similar ideas but an asynchronous search framework, as well as a package called Dino Bridge that extended Emacs Lisp with Dino, JavaScript, TypeScript runtimes. Please check it out. If considered, please join the development too. Thanks. This is the entirety of my presentation. Thanks for joining. Me and LazyCat will be available to answer questions on IRC and Etherpad. Have a great conference.
Thank you, Matthew, and many to LazyCat indeed. Both Matthew and LazyCat will be available on IRC on the pound EmacsConf-dev channel to take questions. Okay, folks, we have about 1 more minute of on-stream Q&A for this talk, LSP Bridge, and then we'll switch to AsmBlocks. And in the meantime, and afterwards, do feel free to stick around again on IRC, #EmacsConf-dev, to keep asking questions from Matthew and Manatee LazyCat. Thank you.
The next talk is called AsmBlocks, a game based in WebAssembly that no one asked for. In this talk, Zachary Romero shares a game he wrote and how.
Hi, I'm Zach, and today I'll be giving a presentation on AsmBlocks, a programming game inspired by WebAssembly. So, programming games came into prominence about a decade ago, and are loved for providing interesting programming challenges without all of the messiness of real-world programming. So I wanted to make a programming game, and I decided to base it off of TS100, having a pretty basic UI, and it seemed pretty doable in Emacs. So TS100 is a programming game where you write a fictional assembly language into a grid of cells, which can each communicate with one another, and you're tasked with solving fairly simple CS101-like problems. So to mix things up a bit, I decided to base the language of AsmBlocks off of WebAssembly, which is stack-based, as opposed to TS100, which is registered-based. So here you can see the same program written in the game TS100, what it looks like in AsmBlocks, and the original WebAssembly that it's based off of. So with that said, let's get into a demo. So this is the game board. It's a 4x3 grid. Each cell has a stack of size 4. So first off, I'll show some of the stack editing commands. So we can add a value with the const function. So here we're adding 2 values to the stack. The 2 get added, and eventually the stack gets overflowed. We can fix that as follows with the clear command. So that clears the stack. We can duplicate values on the stack. So this duplicates the item at the bottom of the stack. So 10 gets put on, 20 gets put on, then 10 will get duplicated and put on the top of the stack. We could increment, for example, this increments the second to bottom from the stack. So 10, 20, increment that, clear. So that's basic stack operations. Next up, we have numeric commands. So, for example, here if we add, it pops 2 values off the stack, adds them, and pushes the result on. So another way we can write this is as follows. So we can have the add here, and then nest the two constants, and then this does the same thing. First, the inner constant operations run, and then the outer add operation runs, and we can nest as deeply as we want. So there's also subtraction, multiplication, and whatnot. Next up are Boolean operations. So 0 counts as true. 0 counts as false. Anything else is true. So, for example, this would give us false and true. So that result should be false. So 0 gets put on the stack, 1 gets put on, and then the AND operation. So there's also or, not, and various numerical comparison operations like greater than, less than. Next up are the port operation. So we can send values to other cells as follows. So here we create a value and then send it right. So let's run this. So the 10 goes on the stack and then it gets sent to the right. So here it's waiting for this cell to pick it up. So it can pick it up just as follows. So left, and then why don't we have it drop that value after it gets it. So the 10 gets sent to the right, this one picks it up and drops it. Lastly, we have control flow, which is a bit tricky, but with this visual helps explain it. So there are two block constructs, block and loop, and there's two jumping constructs, BR and BRIF. So if loop is jumped to, the control flow goes to the beginning, the top of the loop. If a block is jumped to, it goes to the end of the block. And these various blocks are identified by their level of nestedness. So from the point of view of this jump statement, this BR statement, this is block level 0, this is 1, and this is 2. So here BR1 would be referring to this loop. So what this would do is it would jump to this loop right here. If we were to do this, what this would do is this would jump past this block right here. So as another example, we can this right here. This is a loop that generates increasing numbers. So let's see. Next up, we have modules. This is an example of a stack module. In addition to stack, there's also heaps. So what this does is it allows us to create an extra stack that we can push and pop items onto. And this one can have as large size as we need. So here it has a size of 20. It's taking values from up and exposing those values on the left. So this loop right here, it generates numbers and it's putting them onto the stack, and we can see here that those numbers are being exposed to this cell right here. So it's just taking values and eventually it's going to overflow and cause an error. So that finishes the basic commands. So why don't we try solving this puzzle? So the puzzle description is right here. So we want to read a value from I, send 1 to G if I is greater than 0, send 1 to E if it's equal to 0, send 1 to L if it's less than 0, and then all the other ones we send 0 to. So first things first, let's send the value we get from the input down as follows. Let's send that value right, we get from up. Okay, so next we're getting a value on the left. Now we want to compare if this number is greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, we send 1 to G. So let's perform the greater than operation on that item we just got, and we're comparing it to 0. And now that result we're going to send down, and we're going to send this original value we got from here to the right. Here we do a similar step. We get the value from the left, but this time we have to do an equal operation. So is that number we got equal to 0? We send that result down and then send this number to the right. So lastly, we get this number from the left. Here we need to compare if it's less than 0. We send that result down. And now lastly, we drop that remaining value. Okay, let's Oh, and then lastly, we need to send down the value we get up. Send down, up. Send down, up. Okay, so let's try running this. So let's see. We notice that the numbers are coming in from I. They're going through our various conditions and should be sending all of the correct values. So it looks like we're not getting any errors so far. So let's speed this up. And that completes the puzzle. So now let's get into some of the implementation details. So the first thing is the game loop. So the game loop is, this is actually extremely simple. So all the state for the entire game is stored in just a few variables. So there's one variable storing the text of each cell as like a vector of strings. There's a single function that renders the entire game, the entire board. So there's a single function that would render this entire screen based off of the state. And then the game waits for you to press a key. The key usually, depending on what action you perform, updates the state and causes a re-render. So it's an extremely simple game loop, but it makes implementing it pretty easy. So to demonstrate how this game loop works, I have a simple demo prepared. So this is a game of tic-tac-toe. So let me show this real fast. So it's an extremely simple implementation, but it follows the same principles that I used in AsmBlocks. So firstly, we have the state defined in variables. So here we have two pieces of state. We have which player's turn it is, and the state of the game board. So the player turn can be nil if it's empty, X, the string X or the string O. And then the game board is a list of 9 board elements. So that's the state. And then we have a helper function. You can ignore the details, but it just returns true if the board has a winning player. So part 2 is the rendering function. So only based off of the game state, we have a function that erases the buffer and draws this from scratch. So that's this part right here. Lastly, we have the action. So we have one action, which is bound to return key, and it places a player token. So once it places a player token, it re-renders the board, and all the re-rendering is only handled by this function. And then we have just creating of the mode and an initialization function. So with these 3 steps, it clearly separates out all of the state, the rendering, and the actions, and it makes implementing it very simple. So one trick that's used here, and that I use in my AsmBlocks game, is that when I render the board, I propertize the text to contain extra information. Like for example here, each cell has a tic-tac-toe index to indicate which number cell it is. So this has index 0, 1, 2, all the way up to 8. So that way, for placing, the only thing it has to do is just look at its position based off of the text property. So it makes implementation extremely simple. So next up we have the implementation of the code cells. So if you notice here, it's kind of weird how it's like a buffer, but each cell kind of acts like its own buffer, and it has its own limits, and all of the Emacs editing, well, some of the Emacs editing commands kind of work, like beginning of line, end of buffer. So how is that done? Well, it's all just a trick actually. So each cell has text properties of which line it's at and its cell coordinates. And whenever a key is pressed, for editing, moving lines, there's even kind of more complicated things like switching cells around. So all of that, it knows which position it's in. It knows what cell it's in, and then it copies the text of the cell, because remember the contents of the cell are stored in internal state. It copies that cell contents into a temporary buffer. It then moves the point to whichever line it was in the game board. It performs the action. It makes sure that the resulting text isn't longer than the cell width or the cell height. And if everything checks out, it updates the state and calls a re-render. So there's nothing going on in here that's like actually inserting a letter A. It's all updating the state and causing a re-render. So this makes things like certain internal Emacs editing constructs pretty hard to use, like undoing. So normally the undoing construct, it works off of the contents of the buffer. But if your buffer is actually just like a reflection of the internal state, then how does undoing work? Well, it pretty much is kind of a hack. I mean, undoing is here, but it's pretty much kind of redone in a not so configurable, not so modifiable way. And pretty much everything is like that, from these parenthesis highlighting. So normally, I mean, parenthesis highlighting would be kind of weird with like cross-line parentheses and everything. So all of that had to be redone. So another point about how this is implemented is the assembly text to executable code. So if you're familiar with WebAssembly, you might have encountered a tool WAT to WASM. So it basically converts the WebAssembly text format to actually bytecode. And what I do here it goes through a similar process. So normally when you're writing this text format, you can nest things as deeply as you want. So basically what happens is it flattens out everything. So it kind of knows the order that all these things are going to get executed. And then it puts it into one single line that it can just run through and execute. And the same thing for the loops and the blocks. It internally generates labels and jump statements. So that concludes this presentation. Thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, hey everybody. Sure. Sorry. All right. Hey everyone. Thanks, Zach, for the great talk. Here is a live Q&A. People can start putting the questions onto the pad, and Zach will answer them. Zach, take it away. Great talk. Here is a live Q&A.
Okay, so first question. Let's see. Okay, so the first question is why did you choose an internal state versus many state buffers? So the main reason was more control from control from the game perspective. I mean, if this was to be a tool that perhaps was used for more like real world applications where maybe you'd want users to be able to like use any of their pre-existing Emacs. Like if you wanted to really make a grid of cells that would, so then I think maybe using real buffers in that case would probably be the better thing, since you wouldn't have to like redo everything. But I found that just like centralizing the state into one place for the game at least made it the easiest to implement. Next one, do you have plans to port Shenzhen.io to Emacs? Well, I was actually thinking about Exapunks perhaps, but Shenzhen.io would be pretty cool to add as well. So this doesn't use any WASM at all. So the next question is, did this use WASM? So it's asking about like using WASM Emacs. So this doesn't use any WASM under the hood. It's pretty much analogous to the game TIS 100 is to real assembly, as this game is to WebAssembly. Slight resemblance, but yeah, not just a game. So okay, so the next question is why WASM rather than a more traditional assembly dialect? It wouldn't be harder to implement, right? So it would actually probably have been easier, in all honesty, just because like, you know, more traditional, like TS 100, for example, you have each of the line, you have each instruction on a line, and it's pretty easy to you know, syntax hiding is just one line. So with the weird S expressions across the line, deeply nested, and then like the step debugger thing and these weird cell things, they made things really complicated. But I definitely wanted to, like, the main reason is I wanted it to not to look to resemble TIS 100 as little as possible, even though it still pretty much is the same game.
Thanks, Zach. I think we still have about like 8 minutes or so, or 8.5 minutes of Q&A time. So folks, if you do have any other questions, please do keep them coming in the pad. And yeah, Zach will continue answering them.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Cheers.
So next question, any next projects on your mind? Yeah, actually, I have a couple ideas for projects. And these would all be hopefully maybe more useful. I think Tree Sitter is pretty cool. I think there's a lot of directions that could go. Like there's a plugin in NeoVim called NeoGen, which generates documentation. That'd be cool. I've been playing with what else? Yeah, I mean, hopefully next year at next Emacs conference, I could be presenting something more useful. Next question: does this work with any other paren-based editing packages? Not at all. Not at all. In fact, just because of the way the buffer was set up, how it's just like the illusion of a buffer, like not even like the syntax parsing works correctly, because just because everything's like the way the grids are set up, like you have like the other cells kind of interfering with the way that parses. But the way it was architected, it's actually a really simple macro. There's a little macro called like run in buffer. So it's like you have like run in buffer, and then you put your eLisp code, and then it tries to create the illusion that it's actually running in a real buffer. So this macro kind of does all the configuration setup. So, I mean, maybe with like more configuration settings, maybe something like that could have been done. So, next question: what kind of tool could you use this idea? Oh, going back to the going back to next projects on your mind. This actually came up to my mind as like a graphical. So like there's in terms of like there's a lot of graphing tools like ASCII. So like you type in some text representation, it generates an ASCII document. I think it'd be really cool to have like an Emacs package that sort of works like those online really slick graph drawing tools. So like you can just press tab and it draws a new box with an ASCII arrow, and then like it can create these diagrams really easy. I think that would be a really cool project. And so something like that, obviously, like you have different cells, and so that's actually another thing I think would be cool to work on. So designing puzzles. So it's funny, if you listen to Zach Barth's talk about TIS 100, he goes into like it's just like you make up a puzzle you think could work, and chances are it does end up working. And that's how I wrote at least my custom puzzles in the game. Just like come up with some random idea, think it probably should work, and then try to go implementing it. And usually it's implementable. I mean, 4x3 boxes you can do quite a bit. And I don't put any restrictions on the cells like TIS 100. What are your favorite changes in upcoming Emacs 29? So definitely tree sitter is pretty cool. Just because like you have syntax, you have access to that, you can build syntax aware extensions. So like I was playing around with it, and it's pretty cool. You can just like get the syntax tree and search for syntax patterns. So it's exciting to see what might be done with that. Are there tools to add more puzzles? So there's not tools, but in the code itself, there's a file called AsmBlox puzzles, and it's pretty much just like you have a generator function, like you configure. It's just like you're pretty much defining a struct. So I mean, if you're familiar with Emacs Lisp, you can kind of define puzzles pretty easily. It'll just like define where your inputs are, generate a function to generate these inputs, and then a generator function to generate which outputs you want. So it's I mean, code-wise, it's pretty self-contained. But maybe I could have done a more streamlined job with that. Like a binding to graph is. Oh yeah, with the graph thing I was mentioning. So that would also actually be pretty cool too. Like just like. But I was thinking more just like plain ASCII graphs, just like where you have just like so a tool I've seen recently is called Diagon. So you basically type in like some really like a textual representation of the graph, like A arrow B, B arrow C, and it generates like an ASCII diagram, so something like that would be cool. Like so like you have like a grid of like little nodes, and Control F maybe brings you to the next one, and maybe Tab maybe would create a new node with a new ASCII arrow to it. That would be a really cool extension. But yeah, I mean, obviously GraphViz is an amazing tool, so a lot could be done with that as well.
I think we have about like a minute or minute and a half of live questions. We are opening the Q&A, this BB room for people to join. So folks who want to do that are welcome to do so. Yeah, after that, the stream will move on, but you can still come in this BB room or keep asking questions on the pad.
The next talk is called Emacs Should Become a Wayland Compositor by Michael Bauer. He will answer questions via Big Blue Button.
Hello EmacsConf and hello fellow Emacs fans. My name is Michael Bauer and I'm from Germany. I'm gonna talk to you about why and how Emacs should become a Wayland compositor. And it already kinda is a Wayland compositor. This talk is composed by Wayland and Emacs. If I'm talking about a Wayland compositor or Emacs a Wayland compositor, I mean it in the sense that XVM is an X window manager. I hope you know XWM. So why? Emacs can do Wayland now. That was a stopper before, and now it's solved with pgtk branch. It makes the Emacs toolbox bigger, which is always a good thing. And the cool thing about Wayland, which is not possible under X, is it can run standalone on the Linux kernel interface, or nested under X, or even nested under Wayland. So the compositor features of Emacs are not. It doesn't mean it has to take over the whole output. It can use them even if it's just like a normal window or normal program. And last reason is I want to keep living inside Emacs, and Wayland is the future apparently. XWM use case is the first use case. It's you take a Wayland surface and put it inside an Emacs window. You see it right below. The video of me is a Wayland surface, and it's inside an Emacs window managed by Emacs. Emacs does the input and the clipboard handling and can insert itself here and do great things. And it's a possibility to Lispify the Linux desktop as Emacs Lispifies the command line. The other use case is the X widget use case. I don't know if you know X widgets. It's embedded X windows inside Emacs. There's a web browser available in Emacs. With Wayland, you could embed anything that can create a Wayland surface, like video, web, or 3D. Think OpenGL, like something like EmacsGL would be possible. And we wouldn't have just images like we have so far. So, how to implement this Wayland compositor? I'm gonna tell you how I did it, or I did this demo I'm showing you right now. First of all, how does Wayland work? Wayland is a protocol in XML. It's a server and client, and they share a set of objects, and the objects have methods. They are specified in the protocol. And Wayland also says how the server and client talk to each other. First blocker for Emacs becoming a Wayland compositor is that Emacs and Wayland both have their own event loop, and you can't merge them two. But you don't have to merge them, because you can just make Emacs speak Wayland. So Emacs becomes a Wayland client, and there's an extra server Emacs is talking to. So we need like kinda a minimal Wayland server that does all the stuff Emacs can't do, and do the rest in Emacs. And the minimal Wayland server, I did it in WL roots. That's the library behind Sway. I think it's the Wayland library to do stuff like this. I implemented 4 different things to make it work. It's these 3-letter acronyms on the left. It's Emacs, Wayland, and then it's a server, a client, a protocol, and buffers. The server is written in C, and it's mostly tiny WL. It's the example of WL roots, and it's around 1,000 lines of code. EWC, the Wayland client in Emacs, is the thing I'm most proud of. It's 300 lines of code, and it is a fully featured Wayland client in Emacs. So with this, Emacs can speak Wayland. And then I implemented a Emacs Wayland protocol. It more or less allows Emacs to become a Wayland window manager. So it's not actually the compositor. The compositor stays in C, but Emacs is now a Wayland window manager. And the last thing is Emacs Wayland buffers. It's the window manager part. It's around 500 lines of code, and it does the buffer management inside Emacs windows, or floating like you see me now floating on the right. It works, but it is still buggy, and it is also missing input handling, so there's more code to come for this to work. Some caveats about this approach. WLW roots is around 60 kilologs and in active development. They have like a slogan, 60 kilologs of code you had to write anyway to make a Wayland compositor, and no, you don't have to write it. But I still remember when it was like 50 kilologs, and now it's 60, and it's like a moving target. I think it could be quite a lot of work to keep up with it. It could be quite a bit of work. Some windows don't like to keep the aspect ratios. You tell them, and you have to crop them. And the interface I use in WL roots for doing this, WLR scene, can't do cropping yet, so this doesn't work. Another problem is with GTK. Once Wayland is enabled, and it stays on, this doesn't make sense. Okay, if you kill the Wayland server, GTK kills Emacs. That's not a good thing. And it's still a bit of work and fussing needed to get this to work reliably. It's quite buggy right now. And that brings me to my call to action. I think making Emacs Wayland capable is a further step to make an Emacs OS. Like, it gains output and input handling. Output handling is already there. Input handling is still missing, but Emacs can manage monitors, outputs, different frames, if it's like nested, and inputs, keyboards, simulation keys, stuff like that. We could use it in more ways for Emacs display maybe. Wayland just manages simple pixel buffers. So it's a protocol for managing pixel buffers. And in a sense, we could go back to the old X ways and maybe even ditch GTK. I don't know, but why need it? Like, we can composite without it. Let's make a buffer menus, buffer world, buffer. Emacs Wayland protocol, like I did it, allows a very concise design, and it allows to improve on the XVM code base. And I wrote KISS-style because XVM has workspace management integrated, and I don't think that's needed. Like, Emacs does it. Why do you have to do something extra? So why do it? Okay. To finish the call to action, if this is a thing you want to see in Emacs, maybe you want to get involved, have some ideas, so we could discuss it. I'm looking forward to discuss with you and hear your questions and ideas. I want to say a big thank you to the organizers of EmacsConf and the other speakers for making this event possible. Thank you, and see you. Open it now.
All right, let's see. Going to hit start recording. All right. Thanks, Michael, for the great talk. So the Q&A is live now. Folks can ask questions on IRC or the pad. And then at some later point, we'll also open up this BB room itself for people to join and ask their questions here if they want. Michael, take it away.
Okay, I will start with the first question of Etherpad is, are you using this as a replacement of EXWM? No, not yet, but I'm planning to. I use EXWM since many years, like for my main computing environment with Emacs. And I would love to have a replacement in Wayland. I'm not actually that sure if it's that needed, but I plan on using it. It's not finished. So is it testable? Yes, it is testable. I am gonna provide you the code. At the end of the video, there was a link to my site, but there's no site yet. I bought this URL a year ago, and that's a good reason to put something on there. So wait a few days and you can download a Git repository. At least that's the plan. And then you can test it. Input handling is still missing, as I said. Yes, that makes it a bit rough. So the input is only guided by where the mouse pointer is, and it's missing in the C part, in the C server part. But if this is in there, I think you can use it as a replacement. So it's testable, and it's not a replacement yet. Have you considered contributing to Emacs core? Is the next question. Yes, is it a general question if I would like to do that? Yeah, I got quite a lot into Emacs Core in the last year because I did language work with Lisp and really nerded out and got to know the core, so I like it. Why not? If it's a more specific question, if I would like to contribute the Wayland support to Emacs Core, then I'm not that sure if it belongs there. Like at first I thought, of course, you have to put it in the core. It's C, it has to work together. But after I looked into it a little bit more, how to do a Wayland compositor with Emacs, I found out, okay, there's this Wayland protocol, and all the programs that are working together in a Wayland desktop, they talk in this protocol. And when I got Emacs to talk the Wayland protocol, it was solved, and that is in eLisp library, because it's an asynchronous process, like a network connection, and Emacs has an event loop that listens to messages on the network, so it's integrated into the Emacs core. You don't have to do anything more. But where it gets interesting again is this idea I had, maybe we could use it for more in Emacs. Emacs is fundamentally about drawing buffers to a screen, and not fundamentally, but the part that's not a Lisp machine, the graphical part, it's drawing buffers to a screen, and you have to composite these buffers somehow. And now we're using the different desktop toolkits like GTK under Linux, and maybe we don't have to. We can just draw pixel buffers, draw into a pixel buffer, like, I don't know, what do we use for rendering? I forgot, Cairo or something. And this could just write into a pixel buffer. So now we arranged, and Emacs is already a window manager. So it's not that difficult to implement a window manager with Emacs, because Emacs is a window manager, a pretty good one, I think. And no, I just lost a little bit my train of thought. But so far to contributing to the core, and we could do more with it. So, next question.
Oh, and one thing, Michael, quickly, yes. Sorry. Yeah, it would be great if you could also repeat the questions for the stream before you answer them. That would be awesome. I
will do that.
Thank you.
Question, is this Wayland compositor in Emacs? What different with X reparent in X11? Okay, this is a little bit difficult for me to understand, but I answered anyway. So first, is this a Wayland compositor in Emacs? I would say no, because the Emacs doesn't do the Wayland compositoring. I first planned to do it like this, but it doesn't work out like this, because you have to handle file descriptors, and Emacs can't handle file descriptors except you go down to the C part. So no, it's not. It's a C WL roots Wayland compositor that talks to Emacs, and Emacs is it's just like a helper compositor. Emacs says where to put the windows. It's the window manager, and in the future where to put the input. So like you can insert Emacs into the input stream, like XWM does it. Okay, then what different with X reparent in X11? I don't actually know what X reparent is, so I'm sorry. I have to skip this one. How would multiple monitors be handled? Separate frames? Yes, separate frames. This is already testable. It's implemented. As soon as a new monitor crops up, Emacs is the Wayland protocol informs about a new output event, and Emacs then pops up a new frame on this output. And depending on how usable you want to have it, you can just, there could be a menu like, where do you want the output? Do you want to have a screen on it or something like that? And then you have output handling. Output handling is already working. So separate frames, one per output, because that's the Emacs analog. Like, you have windows, you have frames. Frames are like monitors. And the special thing about Wayland outputs is they don't have to be a whole monitor or hardware device. They can also be like a normal frame. Next question is, can could you make it so you can restart Emacs without logging out or switch to non-Emacs buffer while Emacs is blocking? These are the biggest issues with XWM. While Emacs is blocking. Okay, I have to think about this a little bit. Because right now I have a problem with restarting and the code I wrote. Emacs starts the Wayland server and then starts to talk to it, at the server to Emacs. And as soon as the server terminates, Emacs terminates. Because GTK has this feature and it's a bug since several years and they know it, but apparently it's a feature, not a bug. So as soon as a Wayland GTK window terminates, it terminates its process. That means if there's an Emacs frame on Wayland and the frame is powered by GTK, as Emacs currently does it, Wayland terminates the frame, Emacs gets terminated, whole thing is terminated. Well, normally you would like something that like an Emacs terminal frame and then you pop open Wayland buffer or something like that, and it's just a long-running Emacs session. But that's a blocker right now, and it's GTK's fault. But we already know the other bug we have since years, and so I don't think this one is resolved either. So what does mean or switch to non-Emacs buffers while Emacs is blocking? No, you can't. Okay, now you can't do this because Emacs does the window managing as in EXWM. So there's a new window or you want to switch a window. So it has to go through Emacs. Emacs gets a request for a new window, or Emacs just says layout this window at this point. And if Emacs, as it's single threaded, is blocked, it can't issue this layout request. So yeah, that's not gonna work out as long as Emacs is just single threaded. Next question. Did this project can implement mirror of buffer for Emacs different window? Okay, I think I got this question. Can you... okay, in Emacs, normally you know how buffers work. Like you have one buffer, you split it, you have two buffers, but it's the same buffer. Then you can take one of the buffers and look at another place in this buffer. You can't do this with Emacs buffers, but you can't do it like in XWM. You can't do it with the X windows because there's only one view on the X windows. So now the special thing with Wayland, you can have multiple views on the same window. And when I got to implement this idea, I was, yeah, of course, I'm going to do multiple views, same window as Emacs does it. And I had it implemented. And then I found out, no, this is not going to work. Because a window has always one size. Like you can't, if you have a video open, you can't just tell it, make it this size. Or if you have a web browser open. And you can't have different sizes. So it's, in principle, it's incompatible with the Emacs model. Like the normal desktop model doesn't work with Emacs. So no, this still doesn't work. You can do a hack. I tried it. You have like one big window and you have other windows and you scale them or you crop them, but this isn't well supported in WL roots, and also it doesn't make a lot of sense actually. So I scrapped it and there's just one view. Okay, so just one view because it doesn't make a lot of sense to have multiple views. How does this, next question, how does the single threaded affects the project? Yeah, insofar as it does affect any Emacs package, like it's not a special problem, not a actual problem. Like the only there's just one thing where Emacs could block the other windows. It's when the other window requests a layout, like there's a new program that opened a window or another window opened, and Emacs is blocking and can't service this new surface request, so you won't see anything. But except from that, if you see the window Emacs hangs, like with EXWVM, you just can use the other program because it's not coupled to Emacs in any significant way. And the good thing is, and just a short side remark, if we want to go further than our single threaded thing, is like, I think we have a talk somewhere in this conference, like how Emacs was always async, and is async, and Emacs is async. Well, we have async processes, we have callbacks, we have network processes, we can use asynchronously, and I think that's the way forward for Emacs to don't be blocking, like have worker threads, something like this, and have a main thing, because it's one big mud of code. I don't think you can just separate it. So, but we could lean more into these helpers and workers, like Node.js does it or something like that. So, next question is this technology. I have a short meta question. Do I have to stop, or can I answer all the questions?
Yeah, I think we can go on for now. And the BBB room is also open for anyone who does want to join here to ask questions directly in case the stream moves on. But I think this is our last talk on the dev track before the lunch break. So yeah, you should be good.
Ah, nice. I don't need a lunch break because in Europe it's already like the next meal.
Right.
So next question is, this technology need write Wayland server? Can it works with GNOME 3? Actually, yes, it needs to write a Wayland server, because Wayland needs a Wayland server. And just for you, what does the server actually do? The server does, for example, it is the compositor. The Wayland compositor is part of the Wayland compositor. It's like difficult naming they had there. And it does merging of windows. You have an application and it draws a window. So you give it a pixel buffer. The application draws in this pixel buffer, and then you put it on the screen and composite it with other surfaces that are on the screen. And you have to look into the frame rate you want to have and stuff like that. So it's really low-level stuff. That's the thing the Wayland compositor does. And it does input handling, like lib input, and then it receives something and routes it to this surface or that surface, or I think shell it's called. It's a shell that it reserves the input. Okay, can it work with GNOME 3? Yes, maybe. I don't know how open they are and if you can integrate it, but I don't think that's a good direction, because what do you want to build? So, just one thing. Since Emacs can talk Wayland and is a normal Wayland client with the library I wrote, it can talk to any other Wayland program, and maybe you can do something useful with GNOME 3 and Emacs as a Wayland client, like you can automate parts of your desktop or something like that. Yeah, that would be a possibility. Good. I'm going now to the next question. That is, could there be a Emacs Wayland server and just connect with Emacs client? Cool. I named my thing Emacs Wayland server, so there is already a Emacs Wayland server. Connect with Emacs client. I don't actually get the question, but I think yes, of course, you have an Emacs running. It doesn't have to be an Emacs Wayland server, because Emacs is multi-display. And then you can just pop open little windows in Wayland or something like this. Next question is, when you share your code, could you provide the equivalent of an X session script for those who are on XWM and want to test? Yes, I can, because it's my goal is to have it run like this for myself. But when I share the code in the coming days, as I'm planning, no, you won't run it like this, because it's not that polished yet. So startup is a little bit more involved, and I haven't researched all the ways you can make it polished. But it's on the roadmap, so stay tuned. The next question is, there have a demo to show this Emacs Wayland compositor, even it buggy now. Just curious. Yes, there's a demo. Like you just watched one in the video. It was the compositor running. It did the compositing of the video I made. And the other demo is the code I'm planning to release. The code right now is working, but there's some documentation also, but it's not finished. So have fun digging in there, but don't expect anything like hyper polished or something like this. More, I'm looking for feedback and ideas and where to take this thing. Now we're gonna get to buffer mirroring. So next question is, so the current limitation is that buffer mirroring doesn't respect different widths or heights. Yeah, the limitation is fundamentally if you have a normal desktop window, look at your browser or your video player, you're just watching me. You are just watching me. It just has one size. You can't say, please make yourself this size and show me two different parts of your site, or that doesn't work. It's not thought like this. So you can hack something up that you have like a big window and then you show a little crop part of it in another buffer. This does actually work, but just a little site, or like if you want to do something like this, be prepared. WL roots doesn't. Okay, so a Wayland server or compositor has to do its own compositing. That means it has to composite the different buffers or pixel buffer that it has in one pixel buffer and put it on the output. That means you have to do that yourself. And there's a helper to do this in WL roots. This is WLR scene, is it called, and it does this for you. You build a scene tree and it does damage tracking, so it doesn't repaint everything. It saves battery, and it's a lot of work to do this, and it's ready there. But what is missing in this helper is cropping and resizing. So right now you can't crop and you can't resize. And I would say this is the main blocker for using the thing I built, the Wayland compositor, is you can't crop windows. And if you use MPV, like the video player, it doesn't respect what you tell it, what the size it should get. It just it keeps its aspect ratio, and then just respects and either width or height, but not both if they don't fit. So you want to fit it in a buffer, and then it overflows the buffer a little bit. You can see it in the talk video. In my talk, I posted like the little camera picture of me is not always there where it should be. It's over the mode line or something like that. And yeah, there needs to be some cropping. XWVM does cropping. It crops. You can try it out. If someone of you is a XWM user, EXWM user, he can do a full screen video, MPV video, and then just split right. And then you see just half the video screen because it's now cropped, but the video player in the background still sends the full screen. Okay, so much for this topic. Okay, and if you want to do cropping, you have to do your own compositor. I asked the real WL roots. Sorry, this W is complicated for me. I asked the WL roots developers on their IRC channel, and they told me, yes, we wanted to have this. We have an issue open, but it's not implemented, and you have to do it yourself. And yes, whoever wants this has to do it himself, and that's a lot of work in C.
Okay,
like.
I'll jump in quickly and add
Yes.
one thing. Yeah, I think we were about like 2 minutes break. 2 minutes away from our lunch break. At which point I think the stream will be moving on or will be stopped. But this BGB room will be open So yeah, Michael and anyone else who is participating in the Q&A, you're more than welcome to stay here and continue the question and answer.
Okay, thank you for this announcement. Yeah, I would like to keep answering questions and maybe, yeah, until there's no more interest or I am hungry too, but I don't need a lunch, as I already said.
Yep.
So.
Okay. Sounds great. Yep. So yeah, the stream will probably be cut off in about a minute or so, but yeah, this room will be open, and you and others will be able to stay here and keep asking and answering questions.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Then let's go on to the next question. I just scrolled. I forgot my place. Okay. Could you use some of this package with other Wayland compositors? Probably not all of it. Sway, KDE, River Gnome. Yes, you can. And thank you for this idea, because I didn't think of this before. You can use it because you can talk to them. Like, you can talk the Wayland protocols. You can have a look at there's like the core protocol of Wayland is in the core repository of the Wayland project. And there's a Wayland protocols repository. They have like 3 tiers: staging, experimental, and stable. Almost nothing in Wayland is stable, so be prepared for some changes in the future, I think. And you can talk these protocols. They are not that difficult, but some things are already a bit too complicated. Like, you have to take an output, and then to get the actual width or something like this, you have to request another output, and this one talks to you, and the other output says, okay, I'm done, or something like this. Some things are a little bit difficult, but it's quite readable and understandable. And you can do scripting Sway, but I don't have a lot of experience there, because like I'm an XWM user. I do it in Emacs. I'm staying on X. I had Sway several years ago, but only a short time, so I'm not that knowledgeable. The next question is, will Wayland support reach feature parity with XWM in the future? Will there be other trade-offs? No, it won't. Okay, but don't think it's not something for you usable, because I don't think all the features in EXWM is needed. I won't do workspaces, as I said in the talk, because yeah, Emacs does workspaces, and I won't do this. But I will do everything. Like, what's my plan with this thing? It's like the 2 use cases I already alluded to in the video. The first is you have a Wayland surface, and you show it inside an Emacs buffer or an Emacs window. So you have a kind of Wayland buffer, I'm calling it. That's the thing
All right. Thanks again, everyone, including Michael and everybody else. So this is our lunch break for about an hour. For folks who are interested in continuing the Q&A about Wayland with Michael, you are more than welcome to either post the questions on the pad or join the Big Blue Button room, which is now open. And yeah, we'll see you in a little bit.
The next talk is called Using SQLite as a Data Source, a framework as a data source, a framework and an example. Andrew Hyatt in this talk shows how to use SQLite to store and retrieve information using the triples package. Using the triples package. He will handle questions of a big blue button. He will handle questions of a big blue button.
Hello, I'm Andrew Hyatt.
Hello,
Andrew Hyatt. I've been working on Emacs with Emacs. I've been working on Emacs to some extent on Emacs, and for a while on Emacs. For a while, WebSockets library, WebSockets calc tutorials, and Emacs calc tutorials, and I've enjoyed use of incredible packages. Incredible packages. My thesis for this talk, why I'm giving this talk, I'm interested in SQLite. Is that I think we should be interested in SQLite. I think we should be exploring SQLite. In ways I think that community has shied away from. I think that community has shied away triples package. I'd like to introduce the triples package as a way easy and both easy with interesting functionality that will allow us to build extensible databases. In a way that is, I think, a little bit unusual. And perhaps compelling. I hope. So first of all, why? Why is this good? SQLite. Why Emacs has had Emacs SQLite is now built in. Emacs SQLite is now built in to Emacs. You get a few things out of this. When you use it for data. First of all, when you use it for database, it's extremely good for data. There's a simplicity to data manipulation. Using a database using a database compared to manipulating a data in a text file. Text files are really not built for data, so when you need to do this, I know I'm a huge Orgmont fan. It's all about sort of data. It's all about sort of data in text. It does work, it does work. You certainly would be hard.
Sorry about the echo, folks. We're looking into it.
That is represented. Hello, I'm Andrew Hyatt. I've been working on Emacs with Emacs and to some extent on Emacs for a while. I've written the WebSockets library and Emacs calc tutorials, and I've enjoyed use of many of everyone's incredible packages. So my thesis for this talk, why I'm giving this talk, is that I'm interested in SQLite. I think we should be exploring SQLite for applications in ways I think the community has shied away from. And I'd like to introduce the triples package as a way, both easy and with interesting functionality that will allow us to build extensible databases and in a way that is, I think, a little bit unusual and perhaps compelling, I hope. So first of all, why SQLite? Why is this good? Well, Emacs SQLite is now built in to Emacs. So you get a few things out of this when you use it for data. First of all, it's a database. It's extremely good for data, of course. There's a simplicity to data manipulation using a database compared to data manipulation that is manipulating a data in a text file. Text files are really not built for data. So when you need to do this, I know org mode is, which I'm a huge Orgmont fan. It's all about sort of data in text, and it does work, but you certainly would be hard pressed to make sweeping changes to your database that is represented in text. It's just not well suited for this sort of thing, and it would take a long time. Where the speed of SQL is incredibly impressive. And I think certainly Emacs is not known for being extremely speedy, and I think the overuse of text is part of this. Of course, text, using files has awesome advantages as well. I'm really here to talk about the other side of the coin, right? Everyone can judge those advantages and disadvantages and make their own trade-offs, but I want to kind of make the pitch for SQLite. So let's talk about the triples package. The triples package is a package that is designed to give you a very generic schema. You don't have to do, for most of the common operations, you don't have to write SQL yourself. A lot of stuff is built in, and it's based on a very generic schema. That is, it's a single table. That table has, of course, fixed schema, and it basically has 3 columns. It actually has 4 columns. I'm not, in this talk, I'm not going to get into the 4th column and why, but it's useful. So the 3 columns are subject, predicate, and object. And this is what, it's related to what we call an RDF format. And these things basically describe a link. The link is from the subject to the object. And the link type is a predicate. That sounds overly theoretical, but the point is that you can describe a lot of things with this format. You probably describe everything with it. It's very simple. And because the schema's like fixed, right? It's only this kind of data. That means for your application, you define a schema in subject, predicate, object format. And that kind of defines how you can use, what data you can use, what types there are, what properties they have, how you can use the system, and what is legal to do. And this is stored as data. I think as Lisp people, I think we're all very on board with the fact that data, that you have a simple way to express everything, and you don't have these 2 systems. And this way, you don't have to have like code as a system. Like you have to load code to use the triples package to make sure your schema is obeyed. No, it's all just built in to this database. So I'll describe this. As I said, it's a little bit abstract right now, but it will become a lot clearer when we go through an example, which we're going to do now. So as an exercise, let's create bookmarks, Emacs bookmarks, which basically are 3 things: a name, a file, and an annotation. I may be missing out on functionality. Of course, everything in Emacs, everything has lots and lots of functionality. But let's just start with this simple thing. So first of all, we're going to open up a database. Pretty simple. I think there's nothing to explain there. But here on this line that I'm on right now, we are saying, okay, there's going to be a type called bookmark. It's going to have the following properties. First, a file, which is unique, and a string. And the second is an annotation, which is again unique and a string. And then we're going to have another type called named. Okay, first of all, why isn't named just part of bookmark? As I'll get into, it's kind of interesting when you start sharing this database with other things. Not just bookmarks, but other types. And bookmarks are very similar to many other things that you might want to expand into. And those other things have names, but they're not bookmarks. So it's kind of nice in sort of to separate these concerns out and just have another type called named, and which just basically has a name. So we can execute this. It's not interesting to look at these. It outputs something that is not all that useful for anything, but like that's okay. But what's done is actually it's created a database and it's populated it with a schema. We can look at this. We won't go through all of this because it's a little bit too much for a short presentation like this. But you could see that there's something here that's like, we have a subject, bookmark. We have a property, base/type. That just means that there's a property that's defined by the base. Just means like this is from the triples package itself. It's not some other package. And third is what is the type of this object? It's a schema. Now, this thing could be many types. As I said, like if you have we haven't seen an example yet, but if you have a bookmark, it's going to have a name type and a bookmark type, right? So everything is multi-typed, and that's kind of a feature of this kind of storage system. But I'm not going to go through everything, but you can see it's all there in triples, the whole schema, everything we just did. So let's create a bookmark. So again, we're going to connect to our database, and we're going to basically set an entire subject. And the subject is, it's basically like an entity. We're going to define a whole entity, or you could refer to it as an object, and that's a perfectly fine way to look at it, I think. That it's going to have some identifier. That identifier could be anything. It doesn't have to be a string. It could really be anything. But we're going to give it a string called Emacs init. It does not matter what this identifier is, at least for our purposes. It does matter when you're linking to it, but I think nothing that I'm about to show you, this could truly be anything because it has a separate name. Okay, I'm giving it a name here, which is init. And I'm just specifying the named type here. And I'm specifying the bookmark type here. Okay, and its values. So we're going to do that. And now if we look, we see everything we saw before, but now we have we have subject Emacs init. It has a typed and it's named. And we also see the same thing 2 lines down. His type is also bookmark, but the name is init. In the named/name, which is like the type is named, and the property is name, so it's init. So as you can see, this is just how everything looks. So it's pretty straightforward. And you can retrieve it. Now we're looking at the database, but you don't really have to look at the database in fact, I think we're done looking at the triples format because I think it's very simple. You've already got the hang of it, I think. So let's retrieve that just to make sure, yes, we can retrieve it. So we're going to retrieve it and say, okay, what do we get when we load the Emacs init subject? Well, we get a plist of all of its properties, and which then you could use in your application. Now, there's many more ways to retrieve, and there's many more ways to save. In fact, I think the way I did it here with set subject is probably not the right way to do it most of the time. It's usually because it'll erase everything. It's only really to be used when you're sure you control all the data. But you're never sure, because there could be other packages that are also using this database. They could have their own data. So you don't want to erase all the other Emacs init subject data, right? In this case, we did, because we were confident it was a new entity. But in most cases, the right thing to do is just set it by type. Just say we're just going to set the bookmark type, which is the properties are this, and then the name type and the properties are that. And that's kind of a way that you could do things. And there's also many retrieval types. The retrieval types will you could retrieve by a number of different ways, which I'm not going to get into, but you can read about in either the source or the README in the package. So we have backlinks as well. So let me explain what backlinks are. This is another feature of the triples. So as I mentioned, these things can be thought about as links, right? But what could be a link in one direction could also be a link in the other direction. And we basically get this for free. So here's an example where we are, again, connecting to our bookmark. And here we're going to add a new type called tagged. So we're going to give everything in tags. So here we're saying, okay, there's a type called tagged, and it has a property called tags. And this is not unique, so it's a list, basically. It's a list of string. And there also is a type called tag. This is for things that are tags themselves. Okay, and then it has a type called members. Type called members, and it has what we call a virtual reverse property, which it's virtual because it's not actually stored. We just compute it by reversing the subject and the object, basically. So, and this is on tagged tags. So we're, when we query this, we can just say like, okay, what are all the subjects that have tag tags of me, the tag? And in fact, let me demonstrate that for you, because we're going to set the type on Emacs init. We're going to add the tagged type. This is the alternate way of setting data that I mentioned. So this won't erase anything else. We're just adding something here. We're adding this type tagged to our previous bookmark, Emacs init. And we're going to add Emacs and config as the tags. We're going to then use set Emacs as a tag and config as a tag. That just lets us have this virtual property. You kind of have to do something. You can't get it out of thin air. It kind of, the design decision we've made is like, we're going to, you at least need to tag it before you get the kind of the free property. And what you should see, let's try it out. We get the subject config, which we've set no data on. You can tell we're not setting any data. But if I get that subject, the result is that it says its members are Emacs init. That's what a virtual reverse property. And as we tag more things, that just, this just continues to work because it's just doing a SQL query here. And besides showing off the backlinks function, this also shows off the general way you can have extensible entities. That is, it's possible that someone writes a bookmarks package that stores everything in a database and in the triples database. But then someone else can come and say like, okay, I'm going to define my own types that's meant to work with this database. Just like someone could add, do what I did here just to add simple tagging, right? It's very easy to do. This stuff is not that easy to do otherwise, right? It's, to do this in Lisp is, I would say it's a little awkward. But with databases, again, it's not only possible, it's relatively trivial, right? Especially with this kind of database. It's, the benefit is it's super easy to work with. With this kind of generic database, the drawback is, okay, it's not all that efficient as a special purpose table that is really built for efficiencies. Like a lot of times you have to do multiple lookups and things like that. So again, it's a trade-off that it's a trade-off for various things. So as you can see, this is like one database for everything. And that means that we don't have to sort of all contribute to one giant database, all the packages that use triples. It doesn't have to be one database, but it's kind of cool if it does. I don't know what I want to happen or what I expect to happen, but I think an interesting property is that this is a way for lots of data to live together and build off each other in ways that I think are hard to do with other forms of table layouts and things like that. So let's talk about a use of it. Which is the EKG package. So the EKG package is something I've written to demonstrate the triples library and use it for something I think is interesting, which is personal knowledge management systems of the same type, of the same genre that org Rome is, but with different design decisions. So I'll just show it in action just for a little bit. Let's just look at, it's all tag-based, same kind of tags we saw before when we were playing around with the bookmarks example application. But everything here is what I want to show is like, I could look at a tag, I could see notes with that tag. Everything you see here is in the database, no files involved. All of this is just a thing that's like an entire object, the entire string. It works. And, it has tags. You can see, not only that, but not only this tag, but like all the other tags associated with it and their notes. It's kind of an interesting way to do things. And when you capture it, I think it's interesting. There's a lot of interesting design elements here. There's a this tags things is not part of the buffer, so it's not like org mode. You see here, you see here in this other tags, like these are things I've imported from org Rome. This is why they look like they do. They have their own titles because I just wrote them all in org Rome. But what it looks like really for these notes is that it's just text. You really don't have to bother with this metadata. If I want another tag like pancakes, I can just add it here. And again, in these tags will turn into data, triple data, and the text is just triple data as well, but different triple data. Okay, so this is, and you can, all these things are like that. You can open up any of these things, etc. So, but I think the interesting thing here is to see the code. It's not super interesting to look at code for too long, but we don't have that long. So whenever we connect, I just want to point out a few things. Whenever we connect, we add the schema. We just do this. We just every time we connect, we just make sure it has the right schema. This way, the user is up to date. And this schema just looks exactly like stuff I showed you in the triples when we were looking at bookmarks. It's not complicated. And I even have stuff here with like people, to store, to use this as a person database. I haven't figured out how I'm going to use this yet, but you can see it's like, just to do this, it's really trivial, and it's pretty easy. So let's show a few other things, like getting all the tags. Here we could just say, let's get the subjects of type tag. So we have all the triples, all the ones that are of type tag, all the things that have a subject. All the subjects that have links that have this type, this tag in it, we can return them all. So basically it just gives you a list of all these objects. So again, you can think of these things as objects, all the objects of type tag. We'll just get them all. Super, super simple. Triples gives you this functionality out of the box. I mean, it's not that complicated. And what I would like to kind of show, and kind of I think that kind of shows my thesis for this whole talk, is this rename tag. Now think about how you would rename a tag in org Rome, or anything that's sort of like where the tag is part of the files. It's kind of like, or how would retag everything in org mode. It's complicated and error prone and slow. This is instantaneous and super easy. Look, that's it. There's not that many places for an error to live here. And one thing I would like to point out is that we are doing direct, not everything has to go through the triples package. Maybe it should, but the triples package is a fixed format, which is why it's okay, whether it's a good idea, I'm not sure, but it's okay for client packages to just directly manipulate the tables. And here we're just doing it just to update all the tags, and then remove and set types so that the correct thing happens. But as you can see, super, super simple. And I think this proves my thesis about the advantages of applications with SQLite. So thank you for listening. I hope this puts ideas in your minds about taking advantage of this functionality. And I hope to see more things using the triples library or otherwise that take advantage of this. Thank you for your time.
All right, I think we're live. Thank you, Andrew, for the great talk. Folks, if you'd like to ask your questions, please post them on the pad. And at some point in like a minute or two, we'll also open this big blue button room if you'd like to join here directly and ask questions here. Take it away, Andrew.
Yeah, thanks. So should I be reading the questions from the pad? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, so I see there's a question about, is this built into Emacs? I guess that refers to SQLite. And is it possible to have multiple schemas, multiple databases? Yes, you could do all of that with Emacs 29. SQLite is built in. You can open up multiple databases simultaneously and do just the normal things that you could do with databases. You can create whatever tables you want. You can create you can have transactions. So it's pretty full featured. With SQLite, there's also a notion of additions. You could like kind of compile new things into it, and I'm not exactly sure to the extent that that is possible as well. So it's like, how full featured of a SQLite is it? I'm not sure, but the basic stuff you can certainly do. So and that basic stuff is fantastic. Next question is, what about collaborative editing with this? Can you have multiple computers with multiple Emacs with org mode? I think it sort of depends. Yes, I mean, databases are fantastic for having multiple users doing multiple things at the same time, and they're really designed for this use case. So I would say, yes, you could have multiple editing of the database, multiple editing, whereas like you see some multiple layers. Probably not the best solution. I suspect it might be possible, but I wouldn't want to try it. I think it's better for like, oh, you can have multiple processes, multiple users, perhaps contributing to the same database, and growing the database, but not such tight synchronous interactivity that I think you might be imagining here. What about using this on multiple computers? How do you synchronize your data? I don't know. I need to figure that out. I think there's yes, you can synchronize your database in the same secret files. Emacs doesn't have any great solutions for this. That is like when, let's say I want to synchronize the things I'm editing on Emacs with my phone. Usually, there's all sorts of various solutions you could use, Dropbox, Google Drive, these kinds of things. The database makes that a little bit harder in the sense that it's one giant database. I suspect there are interesting ways to do this, but I haven't explored this area yet. I think it's a great question, though, and I would like to investigate this further. Are you planning to further this other question? Are you planning to further develop EKG? It's highly me, and I do prefer SQLite over text. Thank you for buying into the vision. I really like to hear that. Yeah, I am personally using EKG. I am developing it. I don't think it's ready for general use yet. I'd like to get it to general state where it is ready for general use, probably by the end of the month. I think I'll have a lot of time. There's a pretty slow month, so that would be really nice. I've just added a bunch of stuff to it, and I'm kind of exploring. Like, I think the difficult thing is not necessarily to make it production, like to make it a stable and everything like that, and to do all the developer things that you want to see. But really, it's a different model of how to kind of have notes, and I'm still thinking about some of these fundamental concepts. It took me a long time to iterate on various kind of designs before I came up with EKG, which I think was helpful. And so we're going to really see how this goes. But yes, I look for it soon. I'll probably announce it, and maybe on email, and then I will make it available probably maybe on New Alpa is what I would like to do. Is it possible to combine the triples database with some custom tables in the same SQLite file? Yes. Sorry, let me continue reading. E.g. to build a log table next to the triples table or quick query of event data. Yeah, you certainly could do that. And I've been thinking of adding like, just having a record of changes might be an interesting thing. But yeah, it's just one table. And you really could use this one table called triples, the triples table, with any, in any other database or with any other database. It's kind of designed to be its own database though. But yeah, you could certainly add things to the side, and I can imagine people writing extensions that do add some tables to the side to do whatever. It's just that I think you want to be careful, because that once you start doing that, you might want to, you don't want to kind of duplicate information or start having things go out of sync. It's kind of nice just to have one kind of data, but I think in certain circumstances, like the kind you're thinking about, it'd be appropriate. Yeah, so seems like a good idea. And then I see this final question here, final for now. What are your thoughts on adding a timestamp attribute to triple so that the database becomes append only, and by default you return the latest fact for a subject-object pair? Oh, really interesting question. Let's just say I hadn't thought of that, and I'll have to think about it. I haven't seen other triples databases do this. I'd be interested in what you thought would be some of the what you thought might be some of the interesting things that come out of this. Yes, you can maybe go back in time, which is nice, but then it seems hard to do things like deletes. I guess you could have tombstones or something like that, but it becomes a little bit more complicated. And also, just one thing is like these kind of databases, I didn't really talk about this in the talk, but they take up a little bit of room, and I'm a little bit reluctant to have them even more kind of heavyweight. On the other hand, perhaps this would go well with the question about synchronization. If you were to do as you suggest and have time-stamped triples, synchronization actually becomes pretty easy. So definitely an interesting thought that I'll have to think a little bit more about. I would love to solve the synchronization problem. All right, I don't see any other, yeah, I don't see any other questions, but you can ask on this, on the big blue button, or type in any other questions. Otherwise, I think we might be done.
Cool, and I will add that I think we still have about, like, I guess 15 minutes or so of live Q&A talk for this talk on stream. If there are no questions, yeah, you're welcome to cut it short, but otherwise we have plenty of time. So yeah, if people want to get more questions in, please do.
All right, I'm just gonna sit back and wait for the questions to roll in then.
Sounds good, thank you.
I see another question pop up. With EKG, what about views like org-room node mind map views? Yeah, I personally have not found those views to be super helpful, but I know people like them a lot. I don't see any reason why you couldn't do this. It just would be a slightly different implementation. Like this stuff forms a graph. You can do whatever you could easily transform it, like that same org-room UI. It would just have to have like another sort of translation layer, basically, to kind of like figure out how to deal with the stuff in EKG, or really anything with triples. Like fundamentally, it's a graph database, so it lends itself naturally to things that you're going to be doing, anything you're going to be doing with the triples library. I see another question. Can ordinary Lisp data types lists, symbols, etc. be stored in the database? Yes, they can. In fact, it's primarily like if you don't specify anything, it kind of defaults to a list. That's sort of, I'm not exactly sure that's the right design choice, but that's kind of, it seems like a lot of the times this kind of makes sense. Like what if I just added like a title, I think, if I remember, I did add a title, but I'm trying to remember if I just added the notion of like having a title to EKG, and I believe that's a list, because when you think about it, you could maybe have alternate titles and multiple titles. So these are ordered lists, and so it kind of stores it. So basically what happens is you store in the list of like, but each list item is a separate row in the table, and it has, we call them triples, but there's actually one more column that I don't talk about a lot because it just confuses the story. But in this case, it's relevant because there you just say what the index is of the item that you're doing it. So like you'd be like, subject, and then the predicate would be, title in a sense, and then like, title 1, and then like, okay, that's index 1 on the fourth column, and then, same thing with the other items. You can store symbols, SQLite and Emacs SQL allow you to sort of Emacs SQL kind of naturally lets you store lots of different things, and SQLite I kind of had to do something that was very similar to Emacs SQL. Emacs SQL, in SQL, you have to just in your database, like it basically has to be a string. Like almost everything besides the predicates, like the object has to be a string because it could really be anything, and the subject has to be a string because it could be anything, and because of that, we kind of have to make sure that we kind of have to just store things in a certain way. Like symbols are just strings, and lists, you could have you could even have a Lisp as a list. You could have really any Lisp expression as a subject, right? But it gets just written to a string, and then when it gets read, it basically, if it's just a string, it gets read basically as a list symbol or expression, and if it's a string, it's a string with a string inside. That is, like the string actually has quotes on either end. Then we say it's actually a string. That's how kind of the internal implementation works, and that's what Emacs SQL does as well. For those who are not familiar, Emacs SQL is like this other way to kind of interact with SQL in your databases, and it works well with SQLite, and allows you to do things like store numbers and store numbers in Lisp as well, and it does this exact same thing. So we try to keep compatibility. So you could start a database in Emacs 28 using Emacs SQL, and then you could read it with Emacs 29 using the built-in SQLite. That's the hope. I mean, I have tests, but I don't think anyone has actually tried to do that exact thing yet. Let's see. Are there any other new questions? Oh, there are some. Beyond note-taking, what kind of packages do you think would benefit from a triple library? I think it's generally just an easy way to store things. So anything in which let's think of packages that have to store like Lisp expressions on the side. Like for example, like BBDB, if you've used that, it's just it is a database. It's the Big Brother database. It's not in a database because it was written before like there was an easy way to use databases in Emacs. Like that could definitely, like, you don't need the triples library, but you could easily do this in the triples library. And I would kind of think that triples library just takes care of a lot of things and gives a little abstraction over everything. So there's all sorts of things, like as I kind of demoed, like bookmarks. Like, why are bookmarks not in the database? They should be. So I think if you just look around and look at all these pages or things as just dumping Lisp expressions to a file, those probably should be SQLite, and maybe triples would be a useful way to do that. Another question, are you trying to PIM? I think that means personal information management with EKG. And what information do you want to manage? I'm explaining what I want to do. But like, as I just said in the previous question, like I think you should be storing everything. Yeah, libraries. Like actually, BBDB, you can store contacts and email addresses. And I would like to, why, if you're storing that, then it's kind of natural, like, oh, well, sometimes I want to have a annotation. I want to write something about this person. And, maybe I want to have something and have, maybe I want to tag this person. Maybe I want to have notes that refer to this person. So like, it all starts to look like one giant database when you kind of think about it a lot, which is kind of why if you look at the develop branch of triples, I think what's going to be in the next version is going to be a standardized place to have a database. That is, you can just connect to the standard database, and you don't have to worry about where the database is. We'll keep track of that for you, and then everything should be working very easily, and like allow this kind of collaborative use of these things. So like, it could be a personal information manager that has all sorts of information, because I think that's what people tend to use Emacs for, is that, I have my own notes, my own contacts, my own tasks. Why aren't tasks in? Tasks should also perhaps be in the database. Like, it's kind of, org mode is completely awesome, like really incredible. And it's nice to mix to-dos with things with text, but sometimes maybe you just want to-dos that are not with text. And maybe those could be also in the database. I don't know. It's just things I'm thinking about. I'm not sure how far I want to take that. Another question: what about using other database programs like Postgres, MongoDB? So I think you could. Yes, you could do that. I don't see I don't know why I don't know if there's any advantage to doing this. Like, SQLite is kind of nice because it is light. It is built into Emacs, and we don't really need anything incredibly sophisticated here. Just having a database is like such a higher level of sophistication than what we've been doing in Emacs so far. Then, I think the other stuff might be overkill, but I see no reason why it wouldn't work. I just don't really see if there's really any big advantages. What is your preferred reference to understand triples graph DBs? To sort of think about better schema design. Oh, that's a really awesome question. And I don't think I can answer that immediately. I kind of know all this stuff from talking to people, basically, instead of like reading things. And like in my work, I use these triples. That's kind of like, I kind of work on a knowledge graph. So I just have working knowledge of how these things work. So, but it is an awesome question that let me look into it after I kind of finish this, and I'll try to fill it in the Etherpad that is connected to this talk. So thank you for that great question. So another question: will it slow down with the growth of a database? Yeah, I need to do tests about this, because I'd like to see like how much the database blows up, how much it slows down. For sure, triples is not the most efficient way. It's not even close to being a greatly efficient way to store data for doing any arbitrary things. But what it is, you're trading off standardization, which is, so you get standardization, but you lose the power of getting things in one SQL expression. So you often have to kind of like do a bunch of round trips, and that's slow. However, I'm using this now. I have a bunch of data, and quite a bit. I kind of ported over my org Rome to EKG, and I've been accumulating stuff in org Rome for like 2 years now, and it's pretty big. But it's very fast, really just no problems at all. So yes, I'm sure that there is a size in which it's too big to be fast, but I haven't hit it, and I suspect for most ordinary uses of Emacs, I doubt other people will hit it as well. I mean, it is kind of similar to, when people think about org Roam and things like, well, you're storing everything in one database, like how many nodes could it possibly hold? Like that's also going to get slow, right? So yeah, it's I think these limits exist, but people tend not to hit them. And it's like, yes, this is going to get slow, but it'll certainly do better, I think, than files in the file system. Here's another question. What are your thoughts on allowing for a true GraphDB backend? Whatever the current best free software alternative to Neo4j is, I guess. Okay, great question. I actually used graph databases in several companies I used to work for, and but we always ended up switching to SQL. It's just, at least for serious applications, they tended to be slow and lend themselves to a use that was very iterative and not very well thought out. So, however, I don't think it's, as I said with the last question, for the way people want to, the kind of data I think Emacs users will want, I think a graph database would work quite well. I don't know if there would be, like, what are the advantages over triples, aside from sort of just you don't have to kind of even deal with the SQL layer. But like I'm kind of building, with triples, we're sort of like, don't even worry about what the layer is, right? It's just, you don't even have to worry about SQL if you're just using kind of the normal functionality. So you can, yeah, so maybe there are interesting implications for using a graph database, but I can't really think of any right now. It's a good question, though. Thank you.
Cool. And I'll quickly add that we have about, I think, 2 more minutes-ish on this live stream. And then folks are welcome to either join here for continuing the Q&A or keep posting questions on the pad, and you can continue here in this room after the stream moves on.
Okay. In that case, I will stick around until I don't get any more questions for a few minutes. Then I'll probably log off.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah. How hungry did I get writing and recording this? So I actually did a month ago. So like, I hardly even remember what it was, what that time was like. But yes, it took a long time. These recordings are a little bit challenging. And in fact, I like kind of screwed up in several instances of the recording. And like, I just don't have energy to kind of keep redoing. It's a long recording. It's also, I think I chopped it up into 3 bits. I'm not sure if it is that obvious, but like, I guess notes for people doing future sessions. It's like, make sure you have natural pauses that you can sort of just like record a segment, because something would inevitably go wrong. And then like, if you're trying to repeat a 20-minute talk, it just takes forever. Yes. Oh yeah, the recipes. That's right. Yeah. Yes, I'm glad you enjoyed the recipes. This is great. You put recipes in there. Like, one thing that I think is useful for, regardless of what thing you're using in org Roam or EKG or whatever, when you're making a recipe, record in your daily diary, like, when you did it, if it worked, like what.
Okay, that was the SQLite talk. Thanks, Andrew. and we will start the next talk mail shortly. But the Q&A for the SQLite is still ongoing. You're welcome to join Big Blue Button directly.
The next
or
talk
continue
is
asking the
called
questions.
Revisiting the Anatomy of Emacs Mail User Agents. In this talk, Mohsen Banan describes how Emacs Mail can be part of a comprehensive digital ecosystem. Afterwards, he will handle questions via Big Blue Button.
Greetings, salam. This is Mohsen Banan. I'm a software and internet engineer. I've been interested in email and Emacs for a very long time. My interest in email started with X.400 and the red and the blue CCITT books, circa 1988. Early on, in the early 1990s, I jumped ship and joined the internet email movement. I'm the primary author of two mobile email-related internet RFCs, RFC 2188 and RFC 2524. My interest in Emacs started in 1986. It was Emacs version 17 then. By around 1988, when Emacs version 18 was well in place, I started living inside of Emacs. My primary digital environment has been Emacs ever since. It has been a good life. It turns out that Emacs and email mix up really well. Here, in this presentation and in the context of revisiting the anatomy of Emacs mail user agents with MORME, multi-account resident message exchange environment, I'm offering my thoughts on this topic in this Emacs Conference 2022. Long ago, I asked myself, what should my ultimate mail environment be? Over the past 20 years, I have been exploring the concept of the Ultimate Mail User Agent, MUA. We do care about privacy, autonomy, morality, ethics, and philosophy. So, from the get-go, proprietary, haram, environments such as Microsoft Office's Outlook and Google Office's Gmail were non-starters for me. But these are significant realities, and we need to deal with these realities. Notice how Microsoft and Google have both framed their MUAs in the context of Office. That type of framing is correct. An MUA must be fully integrated in the totality of one's digital ecosystem. So, the ultimate mail user agent must be part of the ultimate usage environment of the ultimate digital ecosystem. In the non-proprietary halal universe, clearly the ultimate usage environment is Emacs. Emacs is today's most potent and convivial non-proprietary usage environment. So, clearly, the ultimate mail user agent must be an integral part of Emacs. Having reached that conclusion, we then need to determine the specifics of the shape and the anatomy of Emacs's MUAs. We could have arrived at this conclusion from the reverse direction as well. Zwonsky law states, every program attempts to expand until it can read mail. Those programs which cannot so expand are replaced by ones which can. Jamie's point is very simple and obvious. The app that you live in all day should be your MUA and your mail environment. I asked those who jumped ship, who abandoned Emacs in favor of VS Code, what about email? Long ago, email expanded to including MUAs. In fact, there are many Emacs MUAs that you can choose from. If you're already hip with Emacs and Linux, you should definitely consider doing email in Emacs. But if you're not already hip with Emacs, I mean for new Emacs users, unfortunately setting up and using email is not straightforward. We, I mean Emacs developers, should work on that. Emacs offers a good number of MUAs with different characteristics to suit differing tastes. As of 2022, you can choose from the following MUAs: GNU's VM, Wanderlust, Mu, MU4E, Not Much, MHE, and RMail. Over the years, I have tried several of these and eventually landed on GNU's. The relevance column in this table simply and only reflects my taste. Throughout the rest of this presentation, I focus on GNU's. I have three types of audiences in mind for this presentation. First, if you're already using Emacs as more than an editor, it makes good sense for you to also use Emacs as your MUA. There may well be some relevant information here for you in that situation. Second, for those interested in philosophy of Emacs, I go on some bigger picture tangents that may be of value to you. Third, I address some Emacs developers with some feedback, some suggestions, and some requests. The general model here is that we would collectively work towards improving what's on the table. When a mail user agent is self-contained and includes implementation of mail protocols, we call it a monolithic MUA. Just as it is with physical mail postal service, sending mail and receiving mail are fundamentally separate activities. And then there is mail processing. Based on these categorizations, Emacs has a set of mature libraries for composing mail, sending mail, and receiving mail. These are all independently well documented and are part of the basic Emacs distribution. Emacs MUAs then use these common libraries to process mail, each somewhat differently. The primary benefit of the monolithic MUA approach is that Emacs MUAs then become self-contained and therefore multi-platform. But when it comes to the question of merits of implementation of mail protocols in eLisp inside of Emacs, there is also another approach, that of a split MUA. Concept of a split MUA is that of splitting the MUA into two different parts, one being the usage environment and the other being mail protocols processing. The interface between these can be either direct, the upper box, or through protocols, the lower box. With GNU's, we primarily use the direct interface. The split MUA model has many advantages over the monolithic MUA model. With split MUAs, your messages are local, you can search them privately, and access to your email is faster. GNU's can be used as both a monolithic MUA and also as a split MUA. GNU's and other Emacs MUAs are flexible enough to allow you to create your own split MUA. For outgoing mail, GNU's can invoke a sendmail-like interface program. For incoming mail, GNU's can access mail tiers directly and let other programs IMAP retrieve and update into mail tiers. You can then search through your mail tiers locally and privately with various mail-oriented search engines. And many have done so. For example, what we are seeing on this slide is from a 2014 do-it-yourself recipe that one of our fellow Emacs conference participants, Adolfo, had published at the mentioned URL. The recipe in that slide is based on the following tools: MB6, MU, MU4E, and MSMTP. all our choices are different. There are many such recipes out there on the web. So here, I don't want to provide yet another Emacs split MUA recipe. I want to do more. Instead, I want to target the contours of the ultimate MUA in the non-proprietary universe of digital ecosystems. But first, let's take a look at what's happening in the proprietary universe. The big 5 American proprietary tech companies, Google, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon, have created 5 competing enclaves as mostly separate and isolated digital ecosystems. In this slide, I am focusing on the first 3 and each of their Office and email environments. Let's clearly recognize that the economic model of these proprietary digital ecosystems is surveillance capitalism. So when any of us goes there to get a free of charge email account, he has chosen to voluntarily forego much of his privacy. And many have done so. Sadly, the rest of the world is becoming Americanized through the American internet. As of 2022, almost 90% of Facebook's daily active users come from outside of the US. Also, with respect to email, each of the enclaves have MUAs that are fully integrated in their digital ecosystems in the form of an Office environment comprising of address book, calendar, time management, and planning tools, and multilingual authoring and various other integrated tools. Now, let's focus on the right side of this picture. On the non-proprietary side, based on the Western FLOSS model, we have ended up with lots of components. We have Debian as a platform, we have Emacs as an editor-centered Office environment, and we have GNUs as an incredibly powerful MUA. But on the non-proprietary side, we don't have anything that can reasonably be considered a digital ecosystem. I mean, the services aspect is missing. Over the past 2 decades, I have created quite an elaborate digital ecosystem for myself. It's called ByStar. The Liber Halal ByStar digital ecosystem is being built to provide autonomy-oriented services on internet scale. The star in ByStar stands for Unix's globing symbol, signifying that our scope is everything. Notice in this bigger picture that in the red box, our focus remains to be Emacs, GNUs, and the ultimate MUA. I'm not here to sell you ByStar, but perhaps you should be in the market for something like that. We need non-proprietary digital ecosystems. Very briefly, I'll give you some pointers to the full ByStar story. The full ByStar story is a 250-plus pages book titled Nature of Polyexistentials, Basis for Abolishment of the Western Intellectual Property Rights Regime, and Introduction of the Liber Halal ByStar Digital Ecosystem. I have it self-published on my own by name public web page. The ByStar story starts with understanding of the nature of polyexistentials. Polyexistentials inherently exist in multiples. Software is a polyexistential. Polyexistentials are naturally non-scarce, and making polyexistentials artificially scarce, which is what the Western intellectual property rights regime does, is counter to nature. Polyexistentials are unownable and should not be considered property. The Western IPR regime is in conflict with nature. But the book is more than just philosophy. In that book, I also cover the bigger picture of healthy digital ecosystems which also includes the topic of this presentation. I'd be interested in your thoughts and your feedback, if you choose to dig deeper. And if you want to dig deeper, here are some links. ByStar is about re-decentralization of Internet application services. Among other things, ByStar provides complete own your email services. I mean, private Hillary Clinton style mail servers for everyone. There is an overview of ByStar at bystar.net. You may have noticed that I consistently use the Liber Halal label with ByStar. Halal is a very sensitive word. I'm a Muslim, but my use of halal is not in the religious context. It's in a philosophical context. And the scope of the Liber Halal label is manner of existence of software and services. It's not about halalness with respect to function and use of software and services. Unfortunately, the word halal and the concept of halal does not exist in English. So, first I introduce it into Globish. I have done so in PLPC 120.039. Further, I explain as to why labels of open source and free software are both ill-directed. We then carefully define Liber Halal software and Liber Halal services. Notice that last link. I bet this is the first time that anyone includes a link to his open business plan in an Emacs conference. I hope others would do this as well. There is appetite out there for privacy and autonomy-oriented digital ecosystems. And there is no conflict between honest business, honest profit, and Liber Halal software and Liber Halal services. The subtitle of our open business plan is An Inversion to the Proprietary Internet Services Model. And here are the same links as a native reveal slide. If instead of a video, you're viewing this presentation as a reveal web page, you can just click on the pointers and URLs. So, what was the point of bringing ByStar into this presentation? In tangible terms, what have we gotten out of the tangent we took on the ByStar bigger picture? Of course, we have the ByStar digital ecosystem itself, but that's not immediately relevant to this presentation. Here, through BySauce, we now have an integration framework, which we definitely needed. We now have ByStar Marmi, multi-account resident mail exchange environment, which is a consistent set of MUA-related software components, which we need. We also needed to augment Emacs in our own terms. We have BLE for that. ByStar Liber Halal Emacs environment is ByStar ecosystemized Emacs. And finally, BLE GNUs, which is GNUs and Marmi integrated with BLE. With these in place, we now can dive deeper into Marmi. The idea of Marmi is that of packaging together the mail protocol's parts of the split MUA. Marmi, which is of course in the context of BySauce, is the green box in this slide. For outgoing mail, we use an altered QMail. We will be looking deeper into QMail a bit later. For incoming mail, we are using offline IMAP, which is OAuth 2 aware. Before going into more details, let's take a look at the parts list for BySauce Marmi and BLE GNUs. Marmi is a collection of Python-based libraries and Debian packages that provide for rich sending and receiving of email outside of Emacs. Here is our BySauce Marmy parts list. Marmy features include tracked mail sending for confirmed mail communication and email distribution facilities, say similar to Constant Contact. For delivery status notification, DSN, we had adopted fluffle.bounce. I'll be touching on everything that's Qmail related, namely Qmail remote.cs and Mailfront in a separate slide. Not much is our choice of mail search engine. Similarly, here is our BLI GNU's parts list. BLI GNU's is GNU's and Marmy integrated with BySauce and BLI. Notice mentions of org message and polymode here. Later, I'll expand on these in the context of transitioning from message mode to message polymode. With these parts in place, now let's see how they will all come together. GNU's is very flexible, and in combination with Marmy, it can create an incredibly powerful MUA. On this slide, note the boxes that include the FP's label. FP stands for File Parameters. It is the basis of BySauce's configuration and secrets management. Notice that it has consistent agents inside of Emacs and on the OS. This is a big deal in that it can reduce user-visible configuration complexity. Also, notice the X822 bus here. The idea of X822 bus is that of allowing for communication among users' preferences, GNU's, and Marmy Qmail through addition of X.dot fields in the RFC822 message headers. X822 bus is used for selection of mail sending agents and specification of delivery status parameters. Of key significance in this picture is our choice of Qmail for outgoing mail. Compared to SendMail, Postfix, Exim, and other conventional MTAs, the Qmail ecosystem is far more flexible and potent. We are not using Qmail as is. Ours is called ByStar Qmail. When we use it as a traditional MTA, we refer to it as PALS Qmail. And when we use it on the MUA side, we call it Marmy Qmail. Just like Emacs, Qmail has a solid core and a flexible periphery. All our alterations have been on the periphery. We have replaced Qmail Remote with our own Python implementation called Qmail Remote.cs. By being in Python, it can do a lot more easily. For example, Qmail Remote.cs interacts with Google OS 2 APIs and allows you to send through Gmail. This is shown with the red circle. We have also replaced Qmail SMTP-D with Mailfront, shown with a blue circle. This allows us to use Marmy Split MUA through protocol interfaces. Let's take a look at that. Previously, we looked at the direct interface of Marmy, specifically Qmail Inject and MailDir for GNU's. But what if we wanted to use Marmy with other MUAs outside of Emacs? That can be done through the protocol interface. Marmy also includes Mailfront, which can function as an SMTP submit server for localhost. This way, we can configure the outgoing mail part of any MUA to point to the local host and have marmy qmail function as an outgoing proxy. For incoming mail, marmy's split MUA protocol interface includes Courier, which can function as an IMAP server for localhost. This way, we can configure the incoming mail part of any MUA to point to the local host and have marmy function as an incoming proxy by serving the local mail dir to the MUA. All sources for all of ByStar, BySauce, Blee, and Marmy are subject to the Affero GPL. The sources and documentation are all republished on their various organizations under github.com/MohsenBanon. All of ByStar, BySauce, Blee, and Marmy reflect work in progress, and we are not recruiting users at this time. For more than 2 decades, I have been using these all in that bigger context. They are mostly real, but so far just for myself and a few other engineers. Our model is similar to God's early days. You may ask, how did God create all of this in just 7 days? Well, easy. He did not have an installed base to deal with. You can obtain and install Marmy in 2 ways, as is. As standalone Marmy, you can just pip install bysauce.marmy. For the GNU's part, you are completely on your own. Or on a Debian 11, you can just run the BySauce bootstrap script. That way you will have all of BySauce, which includes Marmy, and you will have Blee, which includes Blee GNUs. If you plan to do so, I suggest that you first try it in a disposable VM. BySauce and Blee are large. Many apt and pip packages will be installed. And here are the same links as a native reveal slide. If you are viewing this presentation as a reveal.js web page, you can just click on the pointers and URLs. Let's consider Marmy as an Emacs common agent. By common agent, I mean a capability which Emacs builds on and which other apps can also use. Emacs has a very rich application development framework for absorbing common agents. Consider how Mogit has absorbed Git, or how Flycheck has absorbed MyPy, or how EAF does its work outside of Emacs. That too can be considered a common agent. The common agent model permits us to do more outside of Emacs. Common agents maximize social benefits and are more convivial. For example, any MUA can profit from Marmy. But we don't have good ways of packaging Emacs and its packages with their common agents. Instead, we usually end up with DIY recipes. That's why I am contextualizing Emacs inside of Blee and BySauce. That's what they are for, and that's why I consider them immediately relevant to this presentation. With an incredibly powerful display engine, and an incredibly powerful eLisp engine, and an incredibly powerful input methods engine, and an incredibly powerful common agents paradigm, Emacs has the potential of being any non-proprietary digital ecosystem's preferred usage environment. I am in favor of putting more around Emacs and strengthening integration of Emacs with Debian explicitly, perhaps even at the cost of de-emphasizing its multi-platform attribute. A smaller Emacs is a better Emacs. Notice that in this slide I have used many arrows in many colors. Much of Emacs's power comes from its ability to absorb and to integrate. Tomohiro is right on the mark when he says, "The reason why Emacs platform is good is that it cooperates with OS, not because it's good by itself." And I'm suggesting that we should raise the bar from the OS to the entirety of our digital ecosystem. There are many models for Emacs to cooperate with the OS and with applications and with services. The color of arrows in the previous slide correspond to the model of interface of the common agent. For example, sub-process invocation, pipe-based asynchronous interface, or file-based interactions. One important aspect of common agent paradigm is that both the common agent and its Emacs app need to be configured consistently. In Marmy and in BLE-GNUs, we use file params to accomplish this. In BySauce, there is a Python interface to file params, there is a Bash interface to file params, and in BLE, there is an eLisp interface to file params. So configurations are extended. Furthermore, file params can be encrypted, and credentials can be protected and shared. This is a significant improvement over .auth.info and its more recent incarnations. EmacsConf could be a great place for users to provide feedback to developers and for developers to suggest to developers. In that spirit, my primary audience in this part are fellow Emacs developers. BySauce Marmy and BLE-GNUs are starting points. We can collectively work towards improving what's in place. Some such improvements involve collaboration among various Emacs developers. Here, I'm making some explicit requests from some of the relevant Emacs developers. At most, these are requests and invitations. For each of these requests, I'm providing links for additional details. In due course, I'll follow up in the Emacs developers mailing list as well. GNUs uses xMessage SMTP method for selection of mail sending agent. Even though all the QMail injection code is still in GNUs, support for xMessage SMTP method as QMail is missing. It takes 2 lines of code to revive it. With regard to one, QMail was previously supported in GNUs. Lars, can you please reactivate it? Thanks. 2 is a terminology suggestion. The term xMessage method violates conceptual layering. Please consider changing it to xMessage send method. In a split MUA setup, GNUs need not know about SMTP at all. We just need to pass information to a mail sending aging selector. 3 is simply a design suggestion for which I prepared the context. .auth.info and Emacs auth source library are too Emacs-centric. We need to share config info and secrets between common agents and Emacs. The file parameters approach can be a general-purpose solution. Is it reasonable to extend auth source library to support file params? I'll cover 4 in the next slide. 5 is a philosophical common suggestion to all Emacs developers. We need to better cultivate the model of common agent integration with Emacs. And here are the same links as a native reveal slide. A mail message comprises of envelope, header, and body parts. Each of these have their own syntax, their own mode. Conceivably, each body part has its own mode. So we need to evolve message mode into message poly mode. More or less by default, org mode has become the beginnings of Emacs native markup language, ENML. With org message, you can write your emails in org mode, destined as HTML. Org message needs to become an integral part of message poly mode. It would be heavenly if Lars, Jeremy, and Vitali could collaborate and give us the needed message poly mode. Thank you. One way to verify that we have not gone stray in our horizontal bigger pictures is to verify them through the concept of vertical slice use cases. Let one use case be reading and writing of mail on multiple Gmail accounts with GNUs. Google now requires use of OAuth2 tokens, which Marmy can do outside of Emacs. There is a recent email thread on that in the Emacs Devel mailing list. Let another use case be that of tracking delivery and non-delivery reports for custom envelope addresses of byname.net, which is part of Bystar. Autonomous mail services. I would have loved to walk you through these vertical slice use cases as screen captures of my BLE environment. For that, I need at least another 20 minutes. But my time is up. So let's consider this as the first in a series of presentations, where next in the series could be the mentioned two vertical slice use cases. Perhaps there could be another presentation on this topic in EmacsConf 2023. This document was produced entirely with LiberHalal software and is published using LiberHalal Internet Services. I want to thank all the Emacs conference organizers for their great work, and Sasha, Leo, and Amin in particular.
Okay, I think the stream is here, so I'll go ahead and start the recording. Thank you, Mohsen, very much for the great talk. People, if you have questions, please put them on the pad or IRC, but preferably the pad, and then we'll also open this room in a minute or two so that if anyone who wants to join here and ask the questions directly to Mohsen, they could do that as well. Dear Mohsen, please take it away.
Hello, greetings. Yeah, I don't see any questions yet. So let me add a few additional notes to what was in the presentation. In there, I make several points. Some of them are tactical, some are more strategic. Let me delve into the strategic message a bit. On the messaging capabilities of Emacs and the broader Office environment capabilities of Emacs, we have a huge, incredibly powerful asset, but the amount of complexity and the surrounding configuration capabilities and hurdles and difficulties that are involved into making a really powerful environment for ourselves, we have a big obstacle. And that obstacle is that of integration. So over the past 40 years, the general model has been that of producing components where we do great stuff. We put various email MTAs and support them through Emacs. Additionally, we say that we want Emacs to be used on all platforms. If you're on Windows, there is Emacs support for it. If there is Mac OS, there is support for that. And of course, all of the GNU Linux stuff, capabilities and platforms. So all of this results into tremendous amounts of energy to go both on the developer side and on the user side to support everything. And that's what we have been doing over the past 40 years. What I am saying is that perhaps we should revisit this approach and consider moving towards creating a complete liber halal free software digital ecosystem for ourselves, and consider Emacs as the usage environment of that totality of the digital ecosystem. This will solve many problems if we were to buy into such an approach. If we were to say that as the platform, de facto, and because of everything that is happening, Debian is a reasonable good choice. And then we would tie in all Emacs capabilities primarily and firstly to our own platform and start building on it. So let's take the situation with email in such a scenario. The main obstacles that we have right now is that GNU comes out with support for pretty much everything. But as a user, someone trying to buy into doing email on Emacs, which of these facilities, which of these features would be the right way to go? So what I am saying, with having chosen our platform as Debian, what if we were to say that we would buy into something like Qmail as the outgoing message model and just fully bring it in? and consider it as the only and the default MTA for everything that we do. Suddenly a whole lot of complexity goes away. And similarly, for bringing in email, what if we were to say that we have bought into offline IMAP, and then the next really interesting piece is what should be our mailboxes. This notion that today de facto Gmail is the universal place where you get your mailboxes. And very easily, we can, not very easily, but we certainly can support Gmail. But what if we were to get in the business of actually providing mailboxes for everyone and combine that with the platform and the mail user agent? So that's really the strategic message that I want to, that I'm sending.
Excellent, thank you. And I think in the meantime, we have 4 questions on the pad already.
Okay, I don't see them here.
Oh, are you looking in the public chat here on Big Blue Button?
Yes.
Okay, let me put a link. So there's a separate pad where people are posting the questions.
Okay, now I'm seeing.
Yeah, if it might be easier, I could probably copy the questions over here if that we might prefer.
No, I am actually seeing them. It's
okay.
Perfectly okay. So the first question is something I have liked about Not Much is using MailDir makes searching fast and the knowledge that you have all your email period. Why GNU's over Not Much? As a side note, you have also a MuchSync for Not Much, client, and JMap for more exotic normal clients. I think there are 2 things going on here. Not Much is more than one thing. Not Much is a mail search engine, and also Not Much is a MUA. So in terms of choosing, certainly for mail search capabilities, we should go with Not Much, and there is GNU's search capabilities for Not Much in there. So what I am suggesting is that we stick to GNU's as an MUA, but the search capabilities that you are talking about, or that the question mentions, are certainly available. A second question is, so the idea is more about Emacs as a holistic computing experience with other packages and services rather than about email specifically as an alternative to something like Microsoft Office Suite. Yes, this is right on the point. What I am saying is that email by itself is not really all that meaningful or interesting. And everywhere that you look in the proprietary model, you would see that the likes of Google and the likes of Microsoft do not view email as standalone capabilities. They see it as integrated with Address Book. They see it as integrated with Calendar. They see it integrated with Search. They see it as integrated with your to-do list and time management. So you're very right. The question is right on point. Email by itself is not significant. And the reason why Emacs is the right place to do email is because Emacs is the kitchen sink. It does absolutely everything. And that's what you want. The third question is, early on you express misgivings about the Western copyright regime, but you're using a GPL license. Is that a conflict? Great work, by the way. No, I don't think it's a conflict. My position is that the Western intellectual property right regime is a colossal ownership mistake. Having said that, and I do call for its abolishment. Having said that, it is unrealistic to assume or recognize that just because I say it and just because I believe it, in fact, it will be abolished, or that a significant change would happen, particularly in the Western world. So in the Western context, what can we do? What should we do? And what I am saying there is that particularly in the context of services, all licenses should be the strictest ones possible. And the one that is codified is the Affero GPL license. So I have subjected all my work to the Affero GPL license. I know of GNU. How do you think about using it for packaging, configuring Emacs, your various packages? Else, you might look it up, or NixOS. So the idea here is that when we go back to this full integration in the context of a digital ecosystem, a major challenge is that of bringing in all the necessary packages from different sources. So, for example, in the context of mail user agents, to put things together, you need a set of apt packages coming from the Debian world. You need a set of PyPI packages coming from the Python world, and you need a set of Lisp packages coming from eLisp archive. And likely you need a whole lot others. You need possibly Node.js stuff, and you also possibly need Ruby stuff. And this integration is gonna be complex. The approach that I have taken is that of going best of breed in the context of each of the domains. So in Python, while there may be other packaging models, we go with PyPI. On the platform, it's clear that it's apt. On the Linux, over the past 5 years, we have solved mostly that archiving machinery. If the question is, and I'm not familiar with the specifics of what was mentioned in terms of a unified packaging model, but if the question is that of a unified packaging integration model, I'd love to do it when it's mature and ready. At this point, I am going the route of best of breed selections within each domain.
Cool. And if I might chime in briefly, Mohsen, I think there was a small typo in the question. They are asking about GNU Geeks, or mentioning GNU Geeks, and also potentially NixOS. And I think these two also very much go with your idea of sort of tying everything together, these different package management systems. So GNU Geeks is a GNU Linux distribution like Debian is, but it's written in GNU GAL Lisp or GAL scheme. And it's a very interesting concept where all of the packaging code and everything is done in GNU GAL scheme and ties everything together and integrates great with Emacs. So that might be something worth checking out later on.
Right. I had taken a very cursory look at that, and I'll keep my eyes open on it. I think in due course, maybe that's the way to go. There's one more question coming in. I let the person who is asking the question to complete it.
Okay, and yeah, in the meantime, I'll also mention that I think we have about 4 more minutes of on-stream live Q&A time, at which point after that the stream will move on, but you, Mohsen, and of course people watching are welcome to come here, join this big blue button room directly and ask the questions here or on the pad.
Great, great. So let me read the question. Is this being split up in a heavily configured server for email hosting and a thin client package for you locally client to integrate with your Emacs package? Maybe with a client thin Docker container for other packages, like not much locally. Actually, that is not really exactly what I am speaking of. The concept of a thin client is difficult to characterize. So if you have Emacs and everything else that you want to use as a usage environment, along with your email system, if we want to call that a thin client, certainly that is what I call the usage environment. On the services side, I am not speaking of just one. I'm speaking of support for multiple, of course, obviously, but having one that in my own case, for example, byname.net is the primary support. And in terms of packaging that in as a thin client inside of a Docker, that's certainly possible, but it is not. I don't consider it as the only way to go. You can do your packaging any way you want, and well, you can do your packaging and then deliver it however you want. On these questions, if I was not on the point in understanding the questions and answering them correctly, if there are any follow-ups, I'd be happy to take them. Yeah, if there are no other questions, I can perhaps bring up the presentation and maybe make a few additional points. So I think one key slide in here is this one, where what I am saying is that we have been very good at producing components, and that we really need to get into
The next talk is called Maintaining the Maintainers, Attribution as an Economic Model for Open Source by Sid Cassivajola. Afterwards, he will answer questions via Big Blue Button.
When we think about the problems of the world, we see global warming, war, appropriation, poverty, and among numerous other problems, also the inability to make a living as an open source developer. Now, this last problem may seem a lot less consequential compared to the other ones, but what if I told you that the solution to this problem and the solution to the others are one and the same? And it's because there's a common underlying problem at the heart of all of these problems. And I'm going to tell you what that problem is in one sentence. You ready for it? It is the deviation of market value from true value. Now let's think about this in the context of existing economic systems, such as capitalism and communism. And of these, I want to focus on capitalism because it is the only non-trivial economic system, really. Communism is more sort of a political means to achieve economic ends. And the other economic systems exist sort of on a spectrum between these two. So let's focus on capitalism. The capitalism has as its basis of value, supply and demand. And consequently, there is a great emphasis on this idea of ownership. Now, ownership is an idea that made some kind of sense when you have goods and services that are constrained in some way, that are essentially finite in supply. But when you have things like works of software, art, and music, which are essentially infinite in supply, the idea of ownership and supply and demand don't make sense anymore. And yet, we employ the institution of property to constrain supply and introduce the idea of supply just so that we can induce a market value in terms of supply and demand in a capitalist economic system. And it's wrong-headed. How many of us have written copyright declarations like these on our creative works? It's a lot of work, especially when we have version control. Now, in this example, almost every line is written by a different person. So who owns the code in this case? Who owns the copyright here? Is it some of them? Is it all of them? Do they share it in some way? Doesn't really make sense, especially when the reason we're employing copyright and ownership in this case is to approximate the idea of attribution, which is what we really care about here. And that brings us to the nature of the solution, which is to move away from an economic system based on ownership and supply and demand to an economic system based on attribution instead. That is, moving away from who owns what to who did what and how important was it. And we can do this by the process of dialectical inheritance attribution, which just means that we do it in a collective way using common, collectively agreed upon standards that are applied transparently to all. And when we have an economic system that is based on attribution as the source of value in this way, we call it attribution-based economics. Now, once we have that, it gives us fairness, effective empowerment of expertise, freedom through incentives rather than through coercion, and privacy as well. Now, I could tell you all of these things, and some may still say, why should I care? There are those who would say that fairness is not a good goal, and that might makes right, and that as Darwin showed us, the nature of nature is violence. Now, I know that many of us reject this ideology, and we feel in our bones that it is wrong. But luckily, we don't have to resort to high philosophy and gut feeling in order to convince ourselves that an attribution-based system is truly better. Because in addition to all of those other properties we talked about, an attribution-based economic system is also efficient. And I say this from the perspective of having an admiration for the efficiency of capitalism. So understand that that is my perspective when I say that this system, an attribution-based economic system, is significantly more efficient than capitalism. And it achieves that by virtue of eliminating the waste that is inherent in adversarial competition while still preserving market forces. In addition to this property, there is also this other property that I think is truly profound. And I want to motivate it by this example of a gyroscope. Now, many of us have had the opportunity to play with the gyroscope at some point in our lives. If you haven't, I encourage you to go out and get one and try it out. It also makes a good gift if you're thinking about giving it to somebody else this year. But if you've played with the gyroscope, then you've had the experience, perhaps, of putting it on your hand and moving it around. And no matter what you do, it will always maintain its axis. Even if you try to push it and try to make it deviate from that axis, it will fight you, it will resist you, and it will keep to that axis no matter what. Now, if you've had this experience, then believe it or not, you have some insight into the nature of economic systems. Because if we try to get an economic system to do something other than what it wants to do, other than what is its nature, then it will resist us and it will fight that change. Now, I don't know about you, but I'd prefer to avoid fighting these gyroscopic forces. I'd rather have these forces work with me rather than against me. Now, in a capitalist system, there is another problem, which is that not only do you have these gyroscopic forces at work, but these forces aren't even all working together. They're working against each other in many cases. They represent misaligned interests. And indeed, these misaligned interests are the very means by which these forces operate at all. So in a way, war is not just an inevitable consequence in this system, but is rather the very nature of such a system. In an attribution-based system, on the other hand, by virtue of the source of value being collective attribution, we are able to achieve alignment of all of these interests at every scale. So that at every scale of society, from the smallest to the largest scales, the interests will be aligned, will be consonant and harmonious. And I think this is a very important, profound quality that I think is the fundamental problem of economics, the fundamental goal of economics to solve. And I believe that an attribution-based economic system addresses it and solves it. So without further ado, I want to bring it home to the prototype that we have in mind for the Emacs community. Now, we want to start in the Emacs community because Emacs has a long tradition of exploring better ways of doing things and pursuing better alternatives to the status quo. Now, to give you an overview of the prototype that we've implemented for open source projects, the prototype is composed of two broad phases. That is the appraisal phase and the accounting phase. Any project is composed of ideas, capital, and labor. The appraisal phase is involved in assessing the work done in terms of how much value was created and who created the value and how important that value is. The output of this stage is an attributions file. And the second phase of accounting is about, how do you handle payments that come in and how do you pay people out. Now, the first part has more of a social component to it, and the second part is more of a technological component to it that can be automated. So in order to implement this prototype, we have two things. We have founding documents that describe the social aspects and an accounting system that automates some of the technological aspects. The founding documents, in the noble tradition of the Guyanist Hagwa and the U.S. Constitution, include a constitution which describe the guiding principles of attribution-based economics. The two main prongs are forward-looking empowerment and backward-looking fairness. This means that we want to empower those individuals and groups that are most likely to create value in the future, while also recognizing and fairly compensating those who have created value in the past, to set a good example and incentivize others to take chances in creating value. And it describes high-level principles of dialectical inheritance attribution as proceeding by means of common collectively agreed upon standards that are applied to all. And a key thing here is these improvements feed back to the whole and apply to everyone. And this is an important quality to ensuring fairness and accuracy. There's also a declaration of non-ownership. We saw already that ownership is an overused institution. This just codifies that and allows us to shed the baggage of this idea of ownership where it doesn't make any sense. A third document is the financial model, which describes how payments are to be treated. And a key idea here is that when you pay money to an open source project, today you don't really have an incentive to do so, and it essentially is kind of like a donation. But in this model, in an attribution-based model, when you pay money to a project, you're creating value in a way, you're contributing value to the project, and that itself is attributable. And the manner in which we'll treat this is in terms of a fair market price that, again, we agree upon collectively, and any payment that exceeds the fair market price is going to be treated as investment. And the goal here with this financial model is for the system to be self-sustaining. So I think there are many open problems here, and any finance experts or any other experts who are interested in contributing here, your help would be is needed, certainly. There's also an attribution model document that describes some of the theoretical ideas that would guide dialectical inheritance attribution. And there are many interesting ideas here. One that I'd like to mention is backpropagation, which is the idea that as we are improving the standards over time and they're likely to get more accurate and fair over time, we'd like these more accurate and fair standards to backpropagate and calibrate the value assignments that were done in the past. And this means that some people might have been underpaid in the past, and we would pay them what they were underpaid, or the balance. And some people may have been overpaid. Now, in that case, we're not going to go and say, hey, we overpaid you, give us the money back. Instead, the system as a whole is going to bear the cost of being wrong. And so it's kind of an insurance policy. But I think another more interesting quality here is that I believe the system in practice wouldn't really absorb any negative impact here, because there is an incentive for these people who have been overpaid to reinvest that money. So I think they would want to invest the money in other places that the system has valued as being valuable and showing potential. The second component of the implementation is the accounting system. And all accounting is public. All payments into the repo are public, and all payments out of the project are also public. We can do some things for privacy. And again, the basis of the system is dialogue. It's not a fundamentally technological system. It's a fundamentally dialogue-based system. And that, to be honest with you, is everything, is all systems that we have in place. But by embracing that, it means that we can do whatever we want to do by discussion. And if there's something that we cannot achieve in a technological way, we'll achieve it in a non-technological way. So, but anyway, so the point is, all accounting is public, and text files in the repository form the inputs and outputs of the accounting system, which is implemented as a GitHub action. So typically in a source repository, we'll have an Abe folder containing these three inputs: attributions, payments, and payouts. And we'll see how that works. This is the dream.org GitHub organization account. This is an example of a repository that uses the GitHub action accounting system. So there will be a payments folder, a payouts folder, as well as attributions file. The payments, essentially each file just represents a payment that's made to the repository. payouts is the same, except it's payments made by the admins of the repository to contributors. An attributions file breaks down the attribution of the value in the repository by contributor. And then the billing system runs on every relevant commit, which is typically changes to the Abe folder, generates a set of transactions that are owed to various people from various payments, and then creates an issue with the outstanding balances that need to be paid out to contributors and tells you what those balances are. So for repository project maintainers, it automates all these accounting details, and you just have to worry about fulfilling the payments. An interesting property of the prototype is that boundary incentives expand the boundary, and that is that the incentives in the system are so constructed that those on the periphery of the attribution-based economic system have an incentive to join in, and we'll see how that works. Well, as I mentioned, we're starting this prototype in the Emacs community with the Simex repo. Simex is a structural editing package, and this prototype will recognize direct contributors as well as antecedents and related projects through the process of collective attribution. We all decide how financial contributions to the Simex repo are going to be distributed to the direct contributors as well as to antecedents and related projects. So the power is yours. And that's what I meant when I said the boundary incentives expand the boundary, because projects that we agree are owed money from the Simex repo now would have an incentive to join, because once they join, they would get that money. And we'll also be implementing this in the Racket community. Racket is a scheme dialect, and Emacs has great support for Racket in Racket mode, so I encourage you to try it. And we'll be prototyping it in the Chi repository. Chi is a language written in Racket, which is it's for functional programming and things like that. And once again, we'll recognize direct contributors as well as antecedents, and we all decide and agree on how those are done. So how do you adopt this? You can add the GitHub action to a repo that you are the maintainer of. You can financially support an aid project. This is important to do because the system won't get started without money as an input, and it also has network effects. As we saw, the more money that you contribute, the more incentive there is for other people to join the system. And contributions are also attributable, as we said earlier. Some of them can be treated as investments. Any help you can provide with funding would be attributable and very helpful, of course. And yeah, if you can help us achieve the goal of self-sufficiency without relying on capitalist entry points, that would be very helpful as well. I'd like to acknowledge the help of many individuals for this presentation, as well as many of the supporting things that have gone on behind the scenes for years. And in particular, for now, I also want to mention Jair and Ariana, who helped with, who wrote the accounting system that we saw earlier, and Salim, who encouraged me to take this social approach to the prototype, and so many more people who have believed and invested in the cause of attribution, not ownership. I want to leave you with this closing thought. The electromagnetic attraction between two objects is 10 to the 42nd power stronger than the gravitational attraction between these same objects, and yet a stone falls to the earth under the influence of gravity, not magnetism. The reason is that the electromagnetic forces are polarized, much like our world, and cancel each other out. Now, in this world, we are told that we should look out for ourselves because no one is going to look out for us. That we should take care of our own because we can't rely on others to care. An attribution-based economy is nothing like that. We care about each other. We take care of each other because taking care of one another is valuable. And an attribution-based economic system is capable of recognizing that value in financial terms. And as a result, we are safe in the embrace of the world. So, yeah, let's go.
All right. Hi, everyone. Sorry, if you see a lot of ones on the stream, it's just me because I was pressing the wrong key on my keyboard. So yeah, you're not used to hearing me on dev, you're used to hearing Hamin, but Hamin is on a little bit of a break right now. So sadly, we haven't been able to get a hold of Sid. We were supposed to have a live Q&A, but what we'll do instead is that we'll put up IRC and we'll put up the pad so that you can gather questions over there. And as soon as we can get rid of Sid, we'll send forward all your questions to him and he'll be able to answer after the conference. In the meantime, we'll be going on a little bit of a break on dev. We will be returning at 35 of the current hour, which is in about 25 minutes. So see you then. I'm very sorry for the problems with the Windows. This is entirely my fault. And Sasha was doing just fine, not a single problem. And the moment I started interfering with i3, I killed the window. I'm very sorry for this. We are now going on break until 35 of the current hour. The next talk is called Bidirectional Links with EEV by Eduardo Ox. He will answer questions via IRC.
Hi, my name is Eduardo Ox. I'm the author of an Emacs package called EEV, and the name of this presentation is Bidirectional Links in EEV. Let me present things in a weird order, starting by the new feature, and then I'm going to explain the whole context. One of the main features that we are going to see here is this function here, metax CLA, and CLA is a mnemonic for Q link to anchor. Let me demonstrate how it works. This thing here with the green angle brackets is an anchor. This thing between the green angle brackets is a tag of an anchor. And if I type metax CLA here, it highlights this tag for a second and it says copy it to the kill ring, blah, blah, blah. And this thing here is a link. I can insert the link here. I can insert the link in my notes. And if I execute this link here, it goes to this anchor in this file. If you have a recent version of EEV installed, then trying this feature should be very easy. You just need to open this file here in which everything is defined, and then go to this section at the beginning of the file, and then run the 3 blocks of tests that are there. This block corresponds roughly to what we have just done. This other block is slightly different because it shows some variants of CLA. One is with F instead of an A here. Let me show how it works. If we type metax E KLF or just metax KLF, we get a link to this file that does not point to an anchor. And if we type metax KLT, we get another kind of link that it's a link to an anchor in the same file. And the third block is more interesting because it lets people create links to files that are elsewhere and that do not have anchors pointing to them. Let me execute this. This will run this extra here and display the target at the window at the right. This is one of the source files of Emacs. Let's imagine that I want to create a link to this string here. Then I can type metax KLFS, and this will create a link to a file and a string in that file. So if I type enter here, it says create copy to the kill ring, and this is a link to this file here and to the first occurrence of this string in this file. So how does this work inside? When I was trying to write the documentation of this, I tried to write a summary of how the algorithm works, and I failed, and I tried again, and I failed again, and several times. And then I gave up, and I decided to write an intro, a tutorial, this one, that explains everything but lots of details and lots of sections with try it that have examples that you can run to understand things, to examine how some functions work, how the data structures work, and so on. The problem is that sometimes we have several hyperlinks that point to the same file. Let me give an example. In the configuration in which I am now, in this file here, if the old way of generating hyperlinks to this file with find here links would generate a temporary buffer like this. And then I would have to choose which one of these hyperlinks I find best, which one I prefer, and then copy it to my notes. So instead of choosing a hyperlink, this thing here shows all the options. And in the new way, in metax CLA and friends, there's an algorithm that chooses the best short hyperlink by itself. And this algorithm is a bit hard to explain. Let me demonstrate it here. Again, we have all these options here of hyperlinks to this file. And if I type EmacsKLF, it chooses one of them. And of course, I can copy it to my notes. It's going to work. It's going to point to here and so on. Well, the title of this presentation was Bidirectional Links with EEV. Let me show what I mean by bidirectional hyperlinks and how we can use this thing to create bidirectional hyperlinks very quickly. I will have to use a smaller font. Let me open these two files here. This one at the left is a program in Haskell, and this one is a file with my notes on Haskell. How do I create a link to this file in Haskell to put it in this file here? I can put the cursor here in any position after this anchor here and type EmacsCla. It copies this link here to the kill ring, and then I can go here and either insert it with Ctrl Y, yank, or insert it with EmacsKLI that adds a comment prefix here. So this is a way to create a link from here to there that in which every comment has to be given explicitly. But I also implemented a way to create the two links at the same time. I don't use it much. It's mostly for demos because it's impressive. I wanted to show that in this presentation. Anyway, let me show it here. Note that in this file here, the point is here. In this file, the point is here. My trick is going to create a link to this anchor and put it in this file, and it's going to create a link to this anchor and put it in this file. So here it goes, EmacsKLA2. Ta-da! It highlighted the two anchors for a second, and it created these things here and inserted them with the right prefixes, the right comment prefixes. And that's it. So that's it. If you found these things interesting, just install a recent version of EEV and run the tutorial either with this thing here, Emacs Find Cla Intro, or by running this exp, or open this file here in the IV directory and follow the tutorials. And most things there are well documented, but the thing that I don't use much, and that is mostly for demos, which is the thing that create bidirectional hyperlinks, is not yet well documented, but the rest is. So that's it. Bye. Have fun.
Great. Thank you very much, Eduardo, for the great talk about EEV. It's very cool. It's always great seeing talks about it here at EmacsConf. So now we have the Q&A, the live Q&A for EEV, and Eduardo will be taking questions via IRC. So yeah, please direct the questions there. Also, the next talk, also by Eduardo about Python, is being rescheduled for tomorrow. So we can actually extend the time slot for this one for EEV and have the Q&A run a little longer on the live stream. So yep, that's about it.
The next talk is called Haskell Code Exploration with Emacs. In this talk, Yuchen Pei demonstrates an Emacs package for exploring Haskell code and org documentation generated by a Haddock org backend. Afterwards, he will handle questions via Big Blue Button.
So today I will talk about Haskell code exploration for Emacs. What is Haskell? It is a purely functional language. For example, every value in Haskell is immutable. It is the main compiler of Haskell, GHC. It provides API for the whole compilation pipeline. For example, the tools mentioned in this talk, including HCEL and Hadorg, they heavily utilize the GHC front-end API for parsing and understanding the identifiers in Haskell source files. Roughly speaking, a Haskell program consists of several parts. So it begins with some front methods, including, for example, language extensions, which are the optional language features one might want to use for convenience, and the front methods also contains module exports. So, for example, here we declare a module f2md.config for this Haskell source file, which exports these 4 identifiers that other source files can use when importing f2md.config. And the next will be a block of imports so that we can use libraries and identifiers in these libraries. The bulk of a Haskell source file normally is a list of declarations, including values, types, and instances, and so on. So the difference between a value and a type is that the type of a value is a type, and the type of a type is a kind. So, for example, here's a small block of Haskell source code. So we define range type from a lower end integer to a higher end integer, and we also declare a value r of a range of the type range, which is a range from 2 to 7. Because in Haskell, we like to by default functions can be curried. Which basically means, like, by default we want to utilize the partial application of functions. We don't necessarily we don't require parents surrounding arguments when invoking a function. That makes Haskell that makes it possible for if you want to write Haskell like Lisp by adding a bit of redundant parents. So, for example, here are 2 blocks of code, one Lisp, one Haskell, and they look quite similar to each other. What is a code explorer? A code explorer is a tool to browse code base to aid code comprehension. So a code explorer commonly comes with several functionalities or features, including a cross-referencer, which allows going to definitions of an identifier at point, or looking up references of identifier, like where it is used. The example in Emacs would be xref. And a code explorer also would be able to show you documentations and signatures of identifiers at point. In Emacs, that would be ldoc. It also commonly allows you to search for identifiers. And so something like that in Emacs could be a describe function and find function. Code Explorer is normally quite often implemented in 2 parts, the indexer and the server, where the indexer parses the source code files, indexes them, the identifiers, and stores the information of identifiers like the definition size and currencies, either in databases or in the file or in files. The other part is the server, which uses the database created by the indexer and serves the information of the identifier. Before I present my solution to code exploring, some description of prior art is in order. So there are several tools that you can use to aid code exploration, including tag-based tools like HuskTags and HSTags. So the limitation with these tools is, like, they are focused on the current project only and does not work for cross packaging reference and definition. Another problem with the tag-based tools is, like, they might not handle symbols with the same name properly, so sometimes they get confused. And and they gives you they ask you to choose which definition, what is the correct definition site, even though the occurrence of the symbol or the symbol at point has only one definition unambiguously. Another tool is the Haskell mode. It has some limited support for LDoC by displaying the signature of an identifier at point, but the identifier has to be something that is commonly known or sort of built-in or come from the base library of Haskell. So, for example, it works for common functions like head and tail, and you can see that the signature is displayed here. However, it does not work for, let's say, IO. IO is a type. Maybe that's the reason. Or let's find another function that's not from the base library to JSON. It's from the ASON library. So no signature is displayed here. And it also provides some sort of go-to declaration functionality to jump to any declaration in the file. So to do that, one has to first run Haskell decor scan mode to enter this minor mode, and then we can run imenu to go to any definition, to go to any declaration like get home R. And apparently after running that, we are able to go to definition. So for example, let's see, we want to find definition of get city JR, and indeed it works. If it's within the same source file, of course, it still does not work for cross-packaging identifiers. So handler 4 is it is probably identifier from servant, or no, not necessarily servant, maybe WAI. Anyway, it's another library. And how about find references? Right, so find references also works somehow for the function, for this file. How about widget 4? Right, so it does not, it works for widget 4 too. Okay, so it has some support for go to definition and find references. But as usual, it does not support such things cross package. So, and finally, we have the Sledgehammer HLS Haskell language server. It can be used with eglot, but the problem with so HLS has many features that is because it is a language server, like renaming, like LDoC for standard libraries, and so on. But the problem with HLS is, one, that it is very slow, and I wouldn't use it with my laptop. And two is that it also does not support cross-package referencing. In fact, there's an outstanding GitHub issue about this. So yeah, cross-package referencing and go-to definition is sort of a common shortfall, a common problem for these existing Haskell code explorers. Then finally, we also have Hugo and Hackage, which Hugo is like is a search engine for Haskell identifiers, and the results link to Hackage, which is the Haskell documentation website for all Haskell libraries. So Haskell Hackage has functionality where you can jump to the source code file rendered in HTML, and you can click in the on the identifiers there to jump to definitions, but it does not support find references, and it is rather basic. And then I learned about Haskell Code Explorer, which is a fully fledged Haskell code explorer. It is written by someone else, and it is a web application for exploring Haskell package code bases. The official reference instance for Haskell Code Explorer is available at this URL, which I will demo soon. What I did with these packages, I ported it to GHC 9.2. I renamed it to HCL because I want to focus on Emacs client rather than JavaScript client, which I will explain later. And I also wrote Emacs client package, of course. So this is what Haskell Code Explorer looks like. On the home page, it is a list of indexed packages indexed by the indexer, and one can filter by the package name, or look for identifiers directly across all packages. Right, so let's have a look at, say, base. There are 3 versions. Let's have a look at the latest version, 4.12.0.0. So once entering the package view, you are shown a list of all modules by their path, as well as a tree of these module files. So, and you can filter by module name or file name, or you can search for identifier within the same package or in all packages. Let's say we want to learn about control monad, right? And now we are in the module view. So the source file is presented to you, and it has links to identifiers. And when you hover over them, the documentation shows up, including the signature where it is defined, and you can go to its definition or find references. Let's say we want to go to the definition of monad. Right, it jumps to the definition site of monad type class. Right, and if we click at the definition site, it brings up a list of references, and on the left you can choose which library which package you want to find references of monad in. Let's just look at the random one, avwx, and and here is a list of results where monad is used in avwx. So this is a module path. So and one can go to any of these results. Okay, and of course we can search for things in all packages or in the current package. Let's say I want to search for read. Okay, so there's I think this is the read that is commonly used in Haskell, the read type class for passing strings into values. Right. Yeah, I think that's more or less it. That's the Haskell Code Explorer web application in all its glory. Now let's go back to the slides. So that was the web application, which is basically a JavaScript client that talks to the server by sending requests and receiving and passing the JSON results or JSON responses. So initially, I was interested in hacking the client, the web client. Sorry, it uses the Ember.js web framework. So the first thing to do was to npm install Ember CLI, and it gives me 12 vulnerabilities, 4 low, 2 moderate, 3 high, 3 critical. I mean, sometimes I don't know how often it is the case when we don't really care about these nasty vulnerabilities from Node.js npm because they are so common. But I don't quite like that. Another reason for favoring Emacs Lisp, Emacs client over a JavaScript client is user freedom, because Emacs is geared towards user freedom, and it allows user the maximum freedom to customize or mod the Emacs, and I think Emacs clients can be a way to fix JavaScript trap, sort of like using user script to replace non-free JavaScript. So there are tools to do that. For example, like Heketilo. But why write JavaScript replacement if we can write Lisp replacement? So if we all write all kinds of front ends in Emacs for commonly used web applications like Reddit, Hacker News, what have you. Then we sort of have an Emacs app store where we can just install these applications and browse the web more freely. So back to hc.el, which is the Emacs client I wrote. I try to reuse as much of Emacs built-ins as possible, including LDoc for showing documentations, xref for cross-referencer, compilation mode for showing search results of identifiers, outline mode for an hierarchical view of package module identifiers, sort of a cursor mode for highlighting identifiers, help mode for displaying quick help for Haskell identifiers, and integration with HEADOC, which I will mention later, etc., etc. It is available as HCEL without the dot on GNU ELPA. Okay, time for a demo. To start using HCL, surprise, surprise, we run the HCL command, and we are presented with a list of packages indexed by the HCL indexer, and this is an outline mode, so we can tap to list all the modules represented by the module path, and we can further tap into a list of identifiers declared in this module. Well, now it asks whether you want to open module source. This is because some module source code can be quite large and it can take a bit of time. So in this case, the control model is quite small, so let's say yes. And we see the list of identifiers. And one can say jump to identifier forever. So as you can see, the identifiers at points are highlighted. So this can be particularly useful in a large function declaration where you want to see, for example, all the occurrences of an identifier inside the body of the declaration. So these are declarations which in the Haskell mode are listed in iMenu. So we can do the same here in HCL source mode, and it lists of all the declarations with their signature. So let's say we want to jump to this funny operator, and so it worked. And you can also go back and forth within say the declarations by pressing N and P. And similarly, you can do something similar in the outline mode by toggling the follow mode, just like in org agenda. Okay, let's turn it off. Now, how about fine definition references? So using xref, we can jump to the definition of int and jump back, jump to maybe, jump back, and references. Let's have a look at references of replicate M, and there are plenty of them. So maybe we want to check out GHC lib. Okay. So yeah, so here are all the references, and you can of course jump to any of them in the results. Cool. You may have already noticed the LDoc mode, the LDoc displaying the documentation and signature of identifiers. So, for example, here it shows the signature of replicate M, where it is defined, and its documentation. We can bring up the LDoc buffer, and so on. In the LDoc buffer, there are also links to other identifiers, which takes you to the definition of these identifiers, like min bound. Okay, so apparently this is not working. Oh well, I'm pretty sure it maybe works. So let's go to nothing, or just. Okay, I think those didn't work because the module source for those identifiers is not open. Okay, and of course you can search for any identifiers across all indexed packages by invoking HCL glow for IDs. Now let's say we want to search for read. And we are presented with a list of results, which are identifiers starting with read with capital R. And they also show, including where they are defined and the documentation, just like in LDoc. One can also sort of directly jump to identifier in the mini buffer results. So, for example, we want to check out this read tool defined in base 4.12.0.0 data functor classes. And there we go. Cool. Another functionality of HCL is the help buffer integration. So we can do HCL help, and then let's say we want to learn about the read type class. And right, so this is a help buffer, and you can jump to other definitions within the help buffer to read the documentation, like read spec. Okay, so it says server version cannot be set by actual version, low bound. So this means we need to tell HCL that the server has the correct version. So HCL version, fetch server version. Okay, just wait a bit for it to update the knowledge of the server version. And now you can follow the links, read spec. So you can do the L and R to navigate within the history. Read S, read P. And just like in the help buffer for eLisp code, you can go jump to the definition. Okay. I believe that is everything, more or less. Yep. Okay, so that concludes the demo. Okay, now let's turn to Haddock, which is an org backend for Haddock. Haddock is the documentation generator for Haskell packages. For example, the Haskell, the official Haskell package library package documentation website Hackage. It has all the documentation there is generated by Haddock into the HTML format. So Haddock has several backends that converts the intermediate representation called interface to various output formats, including HTML, LaTeX, and Hugo. So HTML is the main format with a lot of features. LaTeX less so, and I don't think it is widely used. So let's have a look at an HTML example, servant.server. So this is a PDF because these HTML files can be rather large and slow down EWW significantly. So it's faster to convert it to PDF and read it from PDF tools. Looks like this is as big as it goes. I hope you can still see it. Because, okay, can I still enlarge it a bit more? Maybe. Anyway, so this is servant.server. It is a module in the servant-server package. It is a widely used package for writing servers that serves. So it starts with a heading, which is the name of the module, and the table of contents, and then a heading, run a WAI application from an API. Under this heading, there are all the relevant identifiers that is that is concerned with running a WAI application from an API, including serve, which is sort of one of the main entry points for a servant server. So it has a signature linkable to the other identifiers, the documentation, an example with this Haskell source code block. Okay, so that's what an HTML output looks like. So as I mentioned, there are several downsides or drawbacks with that. Like the HTML files can be huge, and it can slow down EWW. And also, every module is an HTML of itself, and there's also an HTML for the package with a list of all the modules. Whereas the org backend, it is better in that it is much more compact. So all the modules under the same package are included in one file, in one org file as subheadings, level 2 headings. So server, servant.server, that is the module. So basically this level 2 heading contains all the information in this PDF. So run a WAI application from API serve. So it has a signature that links to other identifiers, and the documentation that's also linkable. And the Haskell source block is now an org source block, and you can do all sorts of nice, interesting things with it using org Babel. So let's check the links as server. Right, so the link works. Application, right, request. So yeah, so it also supports cross-packaging, package linking. So the following the link to request takes us from servant.server, servant-server package org documentation to the WAI org documentation. Okay, so another nice thing with org documentation is that you can use org functions like org goto to jump to any identifiers. Let's say we want to jump to application. Okay, we have 2 applications. So it jumps to 2 applications. So I guess application is not identifier. Yes, it is more like a type alias. That's why we couldn't find it. Okay, so that is head.org. And of course, I implemented a bit of integration between head.org and HCL so that we can jump from one to the other. So let's go back to servant. Oopsie. Let's see. Server T. Maybe we want to check out the source code definition of server T. Okay, to find out like exactly what sort of type alias it is, like what is the alias, or type synonym. So we run HCL identifier at point. Sorry, HCL head.org to HCL definition. Oh, we have an HTTP error. Type server T not found in module src77.hs. Why? Well, this is because the HCL server only understands it only has knowledge of identifiers that is defined in the original source file. So it is not aware of say identifiers that are re-exported in the module. So most likely servant.server module re-exports server T from another module. So we will probably have better luck looking into some internal modules like this one. Let's try this type class has context entry. So this time it worked. And of course we can go the other direction from HCL to head.org. Like let's say if we want to display named context in the head.org documentation so that we can read about, like say, other identifiers documentation that is related to named context. So we do HCL identifier at point to head.org, and it does take us to the server org file. Okay. And that concludes my presentation. You can find HCL in GNU Alpha, and you can also find the source code as well as the source of head.org and instructions on how to generate org documentation using head.org in my Cgit instance. And thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. I think we are live on stream. Eugen is here with us. Thanks for the great talk, Eugen. For the questions, people are welcome to post them on IRC or on the pad. And we will also open the Speak Blue Button room up in a few minutes if people want to join here and ask Eugen the questions directly. So yeah, thanks again, and take it away.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, I guess while we wait for some other audience questions to start trickling in, I wonder, not having yet watched your talk, obviously, because been behind the scenes, I wonder if your system works with like offline documentation as well, because I remember seeing earlier some other Haskell-related workflows where people would have downloaded the entirety of the package documentations and be able to browse them locally but offline.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's one of the points of doing this of writing these packages. So the HiDoc org documentation is meant for generation of org files of these Haskell packages, so that you can have them locally on your computer rather than having to rely on package, which is online, right? Which is on the web. The other one, HCL, the Code Explorer, it's self-hosted. So all you need to do is to download like the packages you want to index, and then index them on the server or on the local host, and then you can unplug your Ethernet cable and explore Haskell code on your computer.
Nice, thanks. That makes sense. Maybe another question while we wait for other questions from the audience. And again, not having had a chance to watch your talk yet, what do you think is the state of, I guess, integration of Haskell, both, I guess, the language, the packages, the tooling, all that stuff, integration with Emacs today in like 2022? Because I do have a Haskell background, but I haven't done much of it in a few years. And back when I do remember some pain points including when trying to integrate it into Emacs. So I do wonder what the general state of things are. If you could maybe answer quickly, I guess, not in great detail necessarily.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I haven't tried all the packages, Haskell-related packages. I think the most prominent ones are like Haskell mode and Haskell language server through language server packages like eglot or LSP mode. Yeah, I mean, Haskell mode is like it feels to me like a standard language mode where like it offers like font locking, syntax highlighting. I mean, and REPL like Python mode, and limited documentation and cross references, which is I mean that, as I mentioned, that's why I did this HCL package. Yeah, the language server is like it is also pretty standard, and offering all the language server things, most of them I think, but it's very slow. It's slower than any other language server I've used, and yeah, and it doesn't really work with cross package cross reference, which I also mentioned in the talk. So yeah, that's the two main packages I think people use most. I can't think of anything else that's very prominent.
Great, thanks.
Oh, okay. I just remembered there's also the Haskell TNG package, but I haven't looked into it yet. It's, if I remember correctly, it's like in the GNU L. Is it in GNU Elpa or non-GNU? Let me have a look. Right, it's also in non-GNU. Never mind. Yeah, I think it's a new up-and-coming Haskell major mode, an experimental rewrite of Haskell mode. That's the description.
Cool. And have you had a chance to maybe like play around with that a little bit and see like how it compares with the traditional, the existing Haskell mode?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay. One question that just occurred to me, I guess, about the state of like literate Haskell and potential integration with org mode. I've actually haven't put too much thought into this, but it just occurred to me that Haskell, as you likely know, already has a literate Haskell mode with like .lhs files. And I was wondering, I guess, if you've tried maintaining or writing any projects in literate Haskell, at least not, if not entirely, then with a considerable amount of source code in that approach, and how it might compare, for example, to something like Babel, I guess, which is very much more documentation oriented, with like code blocks intermingled.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm afraid I haven't really used literate Haskell. I heard of it, and if I want to like write literate programming, I would go for org mode and org Babel indeed. First, before the more language specific mode.
Right. That makes sense. I just thought it's interesting because Haskell is, I guess, one of the fewer languages where it actually does have its own literate mode, if you will. And yeah, there might be something interesting there to think about or try exploring at some point.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I will look into it.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm reading about this Haskell TNG mode. It looks like it can also jump to definition outside of the project using it uses a tool called HSinspect, which is also a tool using the GHC API. Yeah, not sure how it is achieved though.
Right. I think I have a question on IRC. Is the indexing faster? And when reindexing, would it be too slow to reindex on demand?
Sorry, what's the question again?
The question is the indexing faster when reindexing? Would it be too slow to reindex on demand? I think this might be for the other talk stream. I'm not entirely sure. So.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds relevant to this talk, though.
Oh, okay, then yeah, in that case, sorry. I'm a little scatterbrained.
No, it's okay. Oh, yeah. Reindexing. I mean, I don't know, actually. I mean, because I haven't started implementing like on-demand reindexing yet. And I'm still a bit hazy about whether it strictly requires recompiling when reindexing. I mean, but I do think it's like the main workhorse of this process would be the GHC API compiling process. Whether it can like avoid recompilation efficiently. And I think it can, like it has some optimization with recompilation. And also, ideally, it should start using like a bit less heavy compilation, like this .hie files instead of compiling the whole thing, like instead of requiring the compilation of the whole project from using the whole pipeline. So HIE, I think, is more or less like only the front end part. And that's one of the main to-dos for this project, for the HCL project, to replace the Cabal helper with the using .hie, but haven't looked into yet.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds interesting, and looking forward to it. I think we have about like less than a minute or so for the live Q&A. Of course, people are welcome to keep asking questions, whether on the pad or on IRC. And yeah, so after this Q&A concludes, this is our last talk of today. So, we would appreciate it if people would join us on the on the general stream for the closing remarks of today. And yeah, we'll still have tomorrow to look forward to, of course.
All right. Are we here? Does the stream work?
You will hear a lot of new voices for the people joining us for the first year, but you've just heard Sasha, and you've heard, right now you're hearing Leo, your host for the day. Corwin, do you want to say a word as well? Corwin, can you hear us?
Yep, I guess you guys weren't hearing me. Hi, this is Corwin.
Yes, we can hear you now. Corwin, before I let you start, can we also get a hi from Amin, because you were on host, and for people who have spent the entire day on Gen, they didn't hear your lovely voice. So can you say hi as well?
Oh yeah, sure. Hello. This is Amin Urbandali, and yeah, I was also a co-host or your host today for the dev track.
Amazing.
Chloe?
Yeah, Chloe, do you want to do this?
I can try. So, hi, I'm Chloe, I did a bit of check-in and nothing more like that. Hi.
The thing about the volunteers is that they keep saying they do very little, but if you see them working in the background, they do so much. So thank you so much, Chloe. We also have Antonio around. Antonio, do you want to say hi?
Hey, hello everyone, I'm Antonio. It's the first time contributor to the conference and I'm really excited to dip my toes into this. Thank you so much for attending.
All right, great. Colin, I'll leave it up
So-
to you. The mic is yours.
All right. Well, thank you all for attending our first day of Emacs conference. It was just an awesome day. I myself couldn't watch as much of the program as I wanted to, so I'm looking forward to catching up on all that. Especially, we'll be working on extracting the Q&A from the recordings in the weeks to come. But if you would like updates, please subscribe to the Emacs-Discuss mailing list. And we'll put that link out into the IRC channels for you as well. I want to take the opportunity to also thank all of our speakers, the volunteers and participants. This year's conference hosts are Leo and Banderly. Our streamer has been Sasha. Thanks to our captioning volunteers, Sasha Blavin, Tom Pearl, Hannah Miller, Treco, Anish, and also to the speakers who caption their own talks. Thanks to Quillo for translating the Meetups talk into Spanish subtitles, which you can find on the talks page. Thanks also to Ash K. Garkwood for design contributions, and thanks also to the other volunteers, Corwin, Veltrin, DTO, J-Man, Flowycoder, who worked on all the other stuff needed to make the conference happen. Ying Chun, whose music you will hear tomorrow, and thanks to the Free Software Foundation for the mailing lists and, Emacs. Thanks to RIP for the servers that we're using for the OBS streaming and for processing videos. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, where we've got a whole bunch more talks to share, and we're especially excited for Richard Stallman, RMS's, talk about what he'd like to see in Emacs. That'll be on the development track, so we can have an extra long Q&A session for that one. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Anybody else want to jump in there? I kind of ended that a little abruptly.
Yeah, that was very definitive, but at the same time, it's the end of the day. It's about 11 p.m. in my time zone. I need to sleep at some point, so I think a little bit of conclusivity is welcome at this point.
Yeah, maybe save it for tomorrow.
Anyone wants to say anything else? It feels like it would be weird for an EmacsConf closing remark to finish on time. Every
That's a good
single
point.
year. Yes, for the last 3 years, we have kept talking and talking, gushing over how amazing all the talks we had the year were. But, we can be quiet today, and we can be a little more outspoken tomorrow when we do not need to save up energy for the next day, basically.
Maybe not having that feedback loop of everybody on camera helps us a little there.
Yes, so I kind of want to say something as well. Oh, does anyone want to say something before? I've already spoken enough today.
Go for it, Leo, and then also maybe say a word or two.
Sure. I was going to say that this year we have been very diligent about updating our streaming workflow, and we really, Colin already thanked her, but Sasha, thank you so much for handling the streaming for both of the tracks. And this seems, if it sounds a little crazy to you to manage 2 streaming tracks on the same day for one person, you are actually right. I believe Sasha was telling us earlier today that she was listening to 3. You know how you can change the balance, left-right balance in your headphones? She had 3 different tracks. She had the mumble, on which we are speaking right now to you for all the backstage stuff. And then she had on the left the general track, and on the right the development track. And you can imagine this takes a lot of brain processing to do this. So thank you again, Sasha, so much for this.
Someday I'll get the hang of it, and then we'll have 3 tracks. How will we do that? I don't know.
To which I answered that Sasha would probably need extra ears to be able to do this.
Yeah,
you can take it away now.
Thanks. Yeah, and that's what I was going to say as well, is just to give a shout out to Sasha and of course everyone, but also Sasha, because this year is the first one where we actually have 2 parallel tracks going on, which I think in many aspects is wonderful, because we were starting to really stretch the limits of what you can do in 2 days with just 1 track, and having everything just so all the talks are compressed together, I guess. But with how everything ended up, Sasha has ended up doing the streaming for both of the tracks from our server with a ton of automation, of course, which Sasha is always, I guess, known for, and does so elegantly and so great. So yeah, just a big shout out, and it's been a lot of fun. I'm personally looking forward to day 2, and also later on, of course, to catching up with all the talks later on, because as I'm sure my co-organizers would say, we never can quite catch all the talks during the conference, or maybe not nearly as many as we would like to, just because we're constantly running around behind the scenes. But yeah, that's something to look forward to.
Here, here. I especially applaud that shout out for Sasha. You are a miracle.
All right. Well, I think it is about time. So I suggest we be very diligent today and leave it at that. So everyone, thank you so much for tuning in today. We will see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. PST, which is in about, I can't count. Whenever today started, it's the same tomorrow. And it will be 1 hour later for Dev. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Sasha, do we want to turn off the stream properly now?